I do not remember what level I put that on before, but that'll have to do. Alright. Alrighty. Feels way too long since I've done a stream. It's been like a week and a half. Look at Bubba. Oh, it's gonna be stormy. I got a sad Bubba. He does not like the storm. He doesn't like a lot of stuff. He gets scared very easily. Probably play a couple of warm-up games and then I'll go straight into reviews because I am so far behind. And I know at some point Nintendo's gonna hit us with that patch. And I am donezo. Yo, what's up, James? How goes? How goes? How has a life been for you? Ramen, let's go. I didn't eat ramen for like a long time. I think once I had to start paying for food. But I'm a big ramen fan. For what little I've had. Rats say hello. Let's go. Let's go. We love the rats. I hope they're doing well as well. Alright. I'm gonna get into some games before we get into reviews, just so I can wake up a little bit. Turn on my game audio just a little. Did I play the challenge mode? Yeah, I did. I played one of the... There's like 3 rotations, I think. I only played the first one. But I had a really good time. How about yourself? Did you end up playing it? I did it with one of my teammates and we had a... I think we had a pretty good time. I think it's was my favorite challenge that they've done so far, basically. You didn't? Aw, that's unfortunate. But they're still pumping them out pretty frequently, so it's not too bad. Yo, what's up, Sully? Yeah, Sully got like 2,500 or something. That's crazy. Like in solo. I was playing with Sun and he played a little bit of Squiffer. I'm like, yeah, this must be how it's like playing with Sully in this. But Squiffer actually seemed pretty decent. Got time a bit higher. Nice. Yo, Jamie. Hello, hello. You're into X-Ray and Sun. Nice. Oh shoot, I'll get headband after this, but thank you, Jamie. Orange. Holy Ify. Thank you so much. Alright, we should be able to get... Psych. Psych. Alright, I need to like hyper focus. My brain is not... I'm only like halfway woken up at this point. Nice. No, I meant to throw that farther. Oh well. Why am I... Why am I challenging battles? Alright, my teammates are goated. How's everyone? How did everyone do with the challenges? How has people been enjoying Splatoon? What's the... There's another one right behind me. Dude, my aim is so bad. Holy. There are challenges? Yeah, it was a 2v2. Oh no. Alright, let me just play for lead at this point. It was a 2v2 with it was like all TC. No, I'm out of range. Nice. This one's a brush. It was really good. I just hope over time they fix some of the rules. I don't know. Like for me, all of these challenges, I just hate how long they take. Like each game takes a really long time. I wish they cut every challenge like half the time. That'd be my ideal goal. I'm gonna let them deal with that. Oops. Is the next one supposed to be the... Oh shit. Or I cannot aim. Is the next one supposed to be the low gravity one? I'm gonna just be aggressive. Oops. Fix my Splatoon game. What's up, bub? Howdy. Howdy, gamer. Oh, hammer goes crazy. They're gonna end up taking the Dubop, so I need to get a special for our team. Dude, this Nautilus is going crazy. No one wants to punish them. But they seem to only want to fight me, which is upsetting. Ugh. Oopsie. Signed up for your university, nice. Game dev, that's sick. Congratulations. That sounds super fun. Yeah, let's not do that and just... Let's just play for specials. I don't want to lose this game. Please. No. My bad. We just need to stall. I haven't been able to find games. Are you on NA or the actual region? Because I wasn't able to find games in like at weird time zones. Oops. I should have backed up instead of moving forward. There's no reason for me to move forward there. Nice. Alright, no one died to the explosion. We should be chilling. I swear, Hammer's busted in solo queue. No one knows how to defend against it, including myself. I always die to that thing. I could push that, but I also don't want to. What if I just got our team special instead and just randomly killed them with a bomb? The true Splatoon experience. This one's a Nova with a jet. I'm just gonna go somewhere. Alright, that was a game. Yo, what's up, Sam? Sub game 3 times in a row. Yeah, I've had a little bit of that. It just depends on the hour of the day, I think. Because I usually don't have issues, but it's been like, it's Rainmaker and TC when that happens. I don't think a lot of people like this. Those modes. I think universally, those are like the 2 most hated modes. Just got home from work. Let's go. Hopefully you have a nice meal prepared. And you get to chill for a little bit. I don't really know where I need to push with Rainmaker on that map. Or push as Zap on Rainmaker for that map. Like, I don't know if I should sit around stacks. I think the biggest problem for me is just dealing with I mean, I spaced myself terribly and I died a lot to the... Not at the beginning, but... Attack is also an issue. I can probably be more mindful of when they're gonna pack and try to get value out of my cooler. Like, the one nice thing about playing Zap is that you're in control of that timing. But I guess that's for every weapon that has like a good special. It's like if you're playing that weapon and using that special, you get to dictate the pace of how your team uses it. Your team may not agree and you go in at different intervals, but I don't know. I don't know if I should just kind of predict when they're gonna have it or just keep the pressure on. So I'm not gonna lie, most times, unless I'm playing with an actual jetpack myself, I don't really think about cooler timings, and I need to. Like, I do in comp, but I don't in solo queue. Yeah, usually it'll be like once or twice you'll get the not enough players. It's never an issue in zones in my experience, but it's kind of yucky. McDonald's, let's go. Hopefully you use the app or whatever. They like have a... Yo, what's up, Zay? Thank you so much for the lurk. I'm really appreciate it. But they have like a free 20 or 25% off on orders through the app. My order is usually like 2. Yeah, for the deals, yeah, for sure. My like go-to McDonald's order. Oh wait, I think. Sorry, Jimmy said I think it was orange. If I'm not mistaken. Orange. Thank you. Let me get that. But yeah, I'll tell you my order in a second. I'm interested in what people get at Mickey D's. Not sponsored, unfortunately. Unfortunate. Thank you, Jimmy. I get 2 burgers and then the dollar drink, which is usually just a Diet Coke. Although sometimes I get their Sprite when I'm feeling extra quirky, because their Sprite is the best tasting drink by far. Fab Q up, brother. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we get the reviews before we finish this. I want to get back to 25 if I could. I need to hit at least 26 for the Sindhu badge. Although I don't know how that works on Sindhu's site. I thought it was supposed to be automated, but I hit 26. I hit 27, but I ended up 26. Like the first season, but I don't have the badge. But I don't really feel like looking for it. But I'd be a lot hyper if I hit 26 on Takaroka. I just need to grind. It's tough. Like sometimes you have to like really be, in order to actually excel in solo queue, you have to be ready to sweat. And it's been like the biggest thing that I've struggled with over the last, I mean, probably at least over a year or so. It's like a lot of times I have a really hard time like getting in the zone. But I don't know, does anyone have any like advice or anything? Or do y'all have like routines or rituals or anything that help you like mentally prepare and like get ready if you're like trying to sweat in the video game? Or just try to be like super focused? This sounds really stupid. Yo, what's up, Fizzy? Welcome in, welcome in. It's gonna sound really silly. I turned my brain off. Unfortunately, I have 0 mechanics, so if I don't turn my brain on, it's a GG, my friend. But there is something to that. There's definitely a problem with overthinking when you're playing solo queue. There's definitely times where you need to like intuition has to kick in, and you just like you just know what you need to do. You can't think about what you do in the moment, because thinking about stuff in the moment slows you down. It's like, unironically, that's like not bad advice. But I have to also remember the things I need to think about. Like, I've been really lazy with map checking lately. Get the cooler. Oh, I'm dead. Ouchie. I died of the berry. That's funny. Oh no, I'm so silly. What am I doing? Dang, well, we lost first checkpoint. I do not have a cooler. They're gonna get popped. They have hammer and jet. We are in quite a predicament. I guess we start with some value. I need to get on this side. I don't know if I can catch the landing. Probably not. Down the ring. Team. Team. Oh, thank you. Oh, it's me though. What is happening? Oh, bro's crazy. Bro thinks he's Jeff. This is crazy. One thing that's actually helped me recently, I have like these little alcohol wipes, and before every like serious session, it's like before tournament and stuff, I clean off my controller. I have to get to 15, so I don't care if they take it left. I just want to hold this position. They're gonna hammer me. Sucks. Yeah, I was gonna say they're gonna look for hammer play. Okay. Hammer stole my right. Need to keep moving. Hammers, yeah, pop it. No. Okay. Oh my. Oh, I'm gonna throw that. Oh, hello? You see a checkpoint, so it might go either way. My teammates are trying to push right. I'm just gonna go for it. Hammer. Okay. The person like melded into the rainmaker. Yeah, we still need a really big push. How do we get this started? I need a cooler. Oh no. I have to hold cooler a little bit. There's someone in front on right, otherwise this person would be dropping. Question is where? I'm giving away my position. Hopefully my teammates will come right side to help. Let's have hammer ready, yeah. I don't want to just push. I have BP waiting. Yikes. Is someone behind me? Nah, I'm not gonna hit this. Yeah, no one on my team is painting, but to be fair, there's like no one on my team that can paint. Maybe Wiper. Yeah, BP diff feels really bad. Let's play with hammers. Oh shoot. We just have to give jumps. I'm gonna watch. Cool. Nice shot. That's my bad. I like need to take time to paint, but I also need to like push forward for my team. You should not have anyone that's willing to actually be the paint person. Alright, we just have to start going. Nice job. Yeah, that's tough. I'll do one more and then we'll get to the reviews. Faces off screen? Oh, my bad. Maybe if I tilt? What if I just tilt a little bit? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to make do. I made some subtle changes in my little area. So we'll just do it Slight tilt. Call it a day. Tough comp on paint, yeah. It happens. That's all okay. No, but thank you, Jimmy. Appreciate you. I don't know, I'm running double. Should probably come. That's fine. I probably should have some run speed, but I don't know. I'm really surprised at the comp that we got. I'm surprised people are like playing these weapons. In solo. It all comes down to this. If we win this, we're back at 25 again, and if we lose, we're crying. We're probably gonna lose a ton if we end up actually losing this. That's on Big Swig. Wait, for Rainmaker? I'm gonna be honest, I've never seen it in Rainmaker. But I would imagine with some of it shred. Actually, no, I have seen it. It's just been a really long time. But I don't know. I think it's okay. Like it's, I don't know. It's hard. The other thing about this game sometimes is that it's really difficult to, I don't know. Like evaluating things in a vacuum make no sense. But a lot of people just evaluate stuff in a vacuum of like, oh, this thing's good, this thing's not good. Oh, you could just play this instead. But a lot of times when you think about, so something like Swig is going to be a little bit more, it's a little bit more situational, I should say. I play aggro or real. And so I guess the best thing to ask is like, why would you want to run a Big Swig? And that's not in like a derogatory way. Not like, oh, why would you run that? But like just what about Big Swig like gives it value? So like it provides a lot of chip. I'm assuming you're playing the newer one, but I don't know. But like it does a decent amount of paint, does a decent amount of chip. It can shred pretty well. Like if you're running Rain, like Rain has a lot of stall property. I'm painting my Zap. Wait, what are you playing? Stamper? Are you playing Wiper? Just a test? Gotcha. That's always the place to start. Is to just figure out what the role is. Stamper, nice, nice. Like if you understand its strengths, you can find the opportunities to get value. The only thing that sometimes can be tough, unless you're like a one trick that's like a carry one trick, is something supportive like Big Swig. Like part of being successful in solo queue is being predictable to your teammates. Like you want to be as predictable as possible so your teammates have like an idea of what you're trying to do. Doesn't mean you can't go for like quirky plays or anything, but you know, if I get into a match with a Big Swig, it's like, you know, I'm gonna assume they're kind of just hovering behind me, ready to go in when there's opportunities. Which they do outrange a lot of shooters. Which like they can't do enough damage to like immediately one shot. Sometimes like they can, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. It's just really trying to figure out that niche right now. Like I could potentially see some, like, if you're playing Humpback, is that in this rotation? No. If you're playing like Humpback Rainmaker, I could see it actually getting a lot of value. Like Line Marker, Rain all seem like really good stall tools. You can get over ledges pretty well with the actual like roller part of the kit. And like I said, it's just a lot of stall, so just being able to output a lot of paint and just be really annoying can be quite beneficial. But then you have to start thinking about like how does Big Swig like work with other tools that are common in the meta. So if you think about Cooler, like how does it feel with Cooler? Probably not too bad. You know, how does it pair up with Jet? You know, like the line marker can actually be really solid. The chip in certain spots, especially on something like a Humpback Rainmaker, could provide a lot of value, but we are not getting this. This is really not good. I probably should have jumped back. Yeah, 3 votes are stuck on left and kind of just threw the game. I don't know why I dropped. I did not look at comps. But I'm pretty sure playing against that Sabino person that's playing a Sploosh, so I think it's safe to assume we're gonna lose the pub. Oh, it's so sad. Please. Team. Come on. I just have to drop off the ledge. Oh my god. Right. Just one more. Let's go. Dude, my teammates are so good. Let's go. The pedestal climb. No. I was simply beating the enemy team. I would never miss the... I would never struggle to climb the podium. Simply allowing my teammates to get more picks. Got him. But yeah, there's just like little things that my teammates did all throughout that match that really made that push really... Well, okay, we threw at the beginning. We should have just lost the game there. We're fortunate they didn't get a bigger push. Like, we all dropped. We were not getting that Rainmaker. It was plus 10, 100%. 25, okay. I'll take it. It's more points than I thought we get. That's 25 and some change. Not bad at all. Anyways, yeah, they did really good things outside of like the throw at the beginning. But just like little things. I'm surprised I survived the squeezer when I initially dropped. But like they were around me. Because like there was one person left and I knew they were kind of like rushing at me when I was going for first checkpoint. And so my teammates were like ready. And I was doing a little bit of baiting. But like immediately after we got that control, like they push forward and like as I'm getting pop, our crab or our splash player pops their crab like early. And that basically like it's in line enough to help with the Rainmaker push. But it's early enough to give the rest like a go ahead to the rest of the team of like, hey, I'm popping my crab. Like, let's keep this push going. Like, let's keep it going. I think we're in a good position. And so I get more confidence. Okay, I can start moving forward and pushing shots. And that gives confidence for something like our, what's it called? One of our Trizukas. I don't remember. I think it was the brush, or not brush, sorry, the roller, carbon roller. I think it was their Trizuka, but one of our Trizukas, like they comboed it and like some of them were dropping off of their like far right side, like that ramp. And so like they're Trizuking because it's like, okay, we got the support and we have space from the crab. And then so I can start moving forward. Okay, they're shooting at the splash wall. And like, fortunately they hit the shot, but I could clean up anything that they were shooting because those people were effectively stuck and I could help clean up their shots with my Rainmaker shot. So just like the snowballing, like very smooth kind of transition between us crying that we're about to lose into like snowballing it into like an immediate KO, which like truthfully I shouldn't have stayed alive in the spots that I did. I was fortunate, but that's just like a really good example of like confidently using something early, like still on time but early, and then oh, they're using their thing, it's okay, I have an opportunity to use mine. And then, oh, people are using special in front of me, I can move with the objective. And it's just like, there's a nice flow with all of it. And that kind of goes back to the predictable nature of like your team and everything. I think I'm always gonna keep one shell out token. I don't know why this menu looks cooler when there's like a bunch of options. The conch shells eventually go away, so we can use those. And I'll probably accidentally use the shell out token. You know, the double title. I cry a little bit. Yeah, solo queue is interesting. Why am I getting all titles? I don't think I'm ever gonna change from Frosty Ink unless I add something new. I need more tickets. Do you also have gold tickets? I still have like 9 or so, but I'm like slowly running out. It is not sustainable. Those earrings? What is that? Like a keychain maybe? Looks cool. Alright, anyway, speaking of cool, let's get into some really cool, oh wait, 5,000. I forgot it's a new day. Alright, yeah, let's just go through the gear, just make sure there's nothing I can buy, and then we'll get into the reviews. It's been so long. I'm gonna get back to a regular schedule, but there's just been a lot of change over the last week and a half, and I needed some time to like stabilize while still like fulfilling like all the commitments that I make for like my team and stuff. Like I said, I take team stuff super serious, so like I want to make sure I have time for all that. But it's nice to be back with the stream, and I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you very much. Another thank you to those that submit reviews. If you would like to submit a review, which we have quite a few, and I'm a little bit farther on the backlog than I would like to be, but we're gonna start crunching through that now. But all I have to do is join the Discord and submit the review code in the replay channel, and you will definitely get around to it. Just like we're gonna get around to King. Wait, did we look at this? This looks familiar. Let's see. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I think I forgot to mark this one. But if not, then we'll get right into it. That happened to me one other time. There's a flounder. I think it was Rainmaker, and I'm like, immediately, I'm like, wait, I know this. Let me pull up my VOD channel real quick. Wait, I don't know if I uploaded it. No, I did upload it. Let's see. Yeah, have to be like the last one. Maybe not. Is it the one before? I don't think so. Anyway. Alright, well, if I notice that it's the same one, I'll eventually. This looks familiar. Oh, we'll get into it. Actually, I can just see if they submitted one. I think they submitted something like relatively recently, which is like totally fine. But I'm just making sure that I didn't make a mistake. It's not on you all. It's just I need to like tag everything. I don't think these names look familiar, but I don't have the best brain. Let's see. Someone smarter than me could probably check this. Was this it? I guess not. I don't know. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna just wait, but it's already filled out. No, I had to have done this. Wait, what was the last time I streamed? Did I not upload last stream? Hold on one second. Sorry. Just double check the last. Cause I thought I uploaded, but would have been this one. Oh no, we definitely went through this. Okay. I'm not. All right, my bad. I didn't upload that pod yet to my VOD channel. I got a little bit behind on stuff. Anyways, we're gonna catch up this weekend and we'll be good to go. But yes, we went through this. So let me mark that properly. Apologies for the delay. So I think next is Ace of Clubs, which I believe should be a Barella game. Very exciting. All right. Okay, that's convenient. Because like the last review that I did was that one. I thought it looked familiar. Anyways, let's get into this one. Let me get this updated. Yeah, so let me, it's updated. So this is a, can't believe I'm a streamer is a human being who makes tiny mistakes. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's always a 10. I'm incorrect. They've been playing Brella though. They've been sending some cool clips in the Discord. That's the Serleton. And then what rank is this? Spice +0. Thick. Okay. And I believe this is still open, if I'm not mistaken. It is. Alrighty. Play me Blitz on Sturgeon. So the first thing with like this map mode in general. Also, just quickly want to look at their build. Okay. So also, what does special power up do with Trizuka? Does that like increase the time, or does it increase the damage or something? I actually do not know. And they don't have any specific notes. They said that not their best match, but solid nonetheless. I respect that. So yeah, I kind of, and let me just double check my pin works. Double check the stream. And we're chilling. Okay. Oh, we're not chilling. All right. There we go. Okay. So yeah, the thing I'd categorize with this this map mode, and I'm actually gonna maneuver over to the drawing board. So still in frame, which is good. Also gonna open up this Diet Pepsi because I need caffeine. It's been a long day. Is there caffeine? I think there's caffeine. It's gotta be caffeine. Yeah, there's some amount in here. Anyways, so this map mode is very much like a snowbally map. This is a map that no push is big enough. You're always 1 or 2 mistakes away from getting KO'd. And why is that? Is because these spinners come up and they're accessible through mid. And you don't even have to like I mean, I think you have to jump a little bit off of it, but you can stay on their snipe and you can continually score from like high ground, like up here. I mean, with the smaller clams, you can definitely do it like toward the front part of the spinner, but you can score in very safe places. You don't have to like drop in these scenarios. Yo, what's up, Trig? Wait, Trig, are you playing in Low Ink this month, or what's your plans? Also, how you doing? What's your what's the Splatfest choice, and did you play the 2v2? Feel free to answer any or none of those questions, or all of them. I'd be happy if it was all of them, but if it's not all of them, it's totally okay. But nice to see you, and hope you're doing well. I try to be a sub. Heard. Ranch flavor? Wait, ranch flavor ice cream? Wait, is this shirt in disguise? Wait, is this shirt in disguise? Yo, what's up, Insomnia? Shout out to Insomnia. Recently has been streaming some excellent Splatoon gameplay. Definitely show them some love. I've never actually had ranch flavored ice cream, so I'm really interested. Interested in how this. Did I do the 2v2? I did. Me and my good pal teammate Sun Gura. We played a little bit. I was playing either like Splash. I played Nova a couple of games, and I played a lot of 52. But I talked about it a little bit on Twitter, but I just like love that mode. Like I think the challenge was a lot of fun. Not interested. That's fair. That's fair. But it just like coordinating with like another teammate. Like the game is just so much different in a 2v2 environment. Oh, I thought you were talking about you're not interested in 2v2. My bad. Gotta be more careful. Oh, the ranch ice cream. I got you. I don't even know where I would begin to find it. How did Shirt even find that? I feel like you have to like special deliver it or something. I've never seen that like in stores or anything. We have to see. But oh, you played with Suns in the first rotation? A lot of fun. Hope it comes back. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, I wish it was like a little bit, like I wish it was like half the time or something. But yeah, I thought it was a lot of fun, but like 2v2 like slows down, so like you can speed it up if you want to, but it's just like I don't know. It's almost like every decision matters. It's one of the few times that Splatoon slows down enough to actually like literally every decision that either team makes can be punished or like capitalized on. Because if someone just like slightly repositions, you can like totally punish, you know? Like it doesn't have to be like paint differential, but like if they just like reposition in a weird spot, I can either just like immediately take tower and start punishing them, or I can like start taking a fight immediately. But there's a lot of like really interesting dynamics with 2v2. 3v3 is similar, but it's still a little bit faster paced. But I actually like 3v3 a lot. Sometimes I feel like Splatoon is a little bit too fast with 4v4 in GL. Not that it's a good or a bad thing. Like I think Splatoon is made to be a 4v4 game, and I think it, you know, the most serious modes should be. But I unironically think they should have more 2v2, 3v3, 1v1 modes. It's such a fun like way to play the game. It's very interesting. All the coordination and all of like the little tiny decisions like really matter. Battle Royale. I think my Switch would explode if I tried to play a Splatoon Battle Royale. But no, it's I mean, you totally could have some sort of like, because like Battle Royale doesn't have to be like, oh, 100 Inklings and everyone gets eliminated. Like a lot of games have done Battle Royales, like kind of interesting. Or you could at least have like a 2v, like it could be like 4 teams of 2, but like 2 teams are like, I mean, they'd have to like completely change the whole infrastructure of the game, which I don't think that this game is set up to be able to make these types of alterations. But you could have like, I don't even know. I have to actually check it because League, like Riot, they made some like 2v2 League thing where you're like, you fight, there's like 4 teams of 2. But in like you play against like another 2v2. I actually haven't watched a full game. I've only seen certain clips. But like there's ways that you could have it where it's like an 8-player match, but like, you know, oh, these 4 players, it's a 2v2 somewhere happening somewhere, and then somewhere else there's another 2v2, and then like if you win or lose, like some stuff happened. But like I don't know. But anyways, I think 2v2 is like really cool. Like having like a 2v2, like either like a ladder or having an actual like ranked mode, which again, Splatoon is in a weird spot. It's so popular, but it's so casual. They're hitting their threshold of how many ranked modes and how many different modes in general they can like actually have. So I'd be a little bit scared about not being able to find matches in those cases, but But yeah, I would like to see, like, the way that the game plays in a 2v2 is just it's so much different. And I know certain teams, certain players will respond better in like a 2v2 or a 3v3 environment versus like a 4v4. And I think it's super interesting. Because back when I played competitive Halo and stuff, like the Fortnite streamer Ninja was like a menace on the Halo 2v2 ladder. Also really good at 1v1s, but yeah, I mean they were still like they were solid at 4v4 in their own right, but they didn't have the same degree of success. Like if you're a good player, it translates to all of the games, but there's like certain like little skills that you can practice. Also, they played like 1 million. That's on ladder. Yo, what's up, Jorge? Welcome in, welcome in. Anyways, we're not talking about the thing at hand, which we probably should get back to. So, yes, we are playing Tent. We are playing Sturgeon Clams. And as I was mentioning before, these spinners are quite... I guess a spinner over here. This is like the big thing that you want to kind of control throughout the map. I don't know how Tent is going to work on this map. Tent can push, like there's a lot of open lanes over here. There's a lot of stuff over here. Like there's a lot of area you can obviously push toward the basket, like through the different side areas. But I don't really know how good Tent is like up top here. You probably don't do that. You probably apply like supplemental pressure and kind of complement this push over grates through the sides. Right side's probably a little bit safer because if you're on left, they can be like above you and it's like dangerous. But if you play on the right side, like A, you have a little bit more space, and B, like there's less angles for people to really hit you. Tricolor TC, wait, did they announce something or are you just like speculating? So I think it'd be cool. Are you saying for like the 2v2v2? Yeah. Yeah, I'd be down. I don't know. Honestly, it seems kind of fun. But yeah, I think that's kind of what I see the Tent trying to do in this game. Because the rest of your team, like you have a bunch of shooters that can bomb spam and do a decent job of holding up top. So I think you leave them to play up top here. I think your weapon's a little bit too clunky to play off here, but I'm interested to see. I haven't actually seen it. I haven't seen this map mode played all that much, and I haven't seen Tent specifically. I want to say like Stamper definitely shreds Tents. I think Wiper also shreds Tents. So that's a little bit scary. We have to be careful about pushing into the Wiper. But otherwise, they have 2 bombs. They have a splat bomb and they have the auto bomb to potentially like counter our Tent. So we need to be a little bit careful when we're pushing into either of these 2 weapons, not to be on the same side that they're throwing the bomb on with our Tent. But otherwise, I think our comp is a little bit better. I'm also interested to see how our Tent works against the Jet. Because to me, Tent, it doesn't counter Jet by any means, but I think it would probably be a decent answer because you can like juggle which side you're on. And like Inkjet kind of struggles sometimes playing around like ledges and walls and everything. So Tent is basically just a moving wall. So there's a couple of different dynamics I'm interested in looking at. But for the most part, I think we can play pretty solid and like we can be the one to kind of commit to pushes. And there's little shenanigans we can do with Trizuka in our Tent. So we'll see how it goes. But in terms of comp versus comp, I think both have interesting dynamics. I think I like our comp slightly more, but both are definitely scary. And Brush is always a scary X factor in Clam Blitz because they can just kind of maneuver around, and if you let them get around, they can score for free. But let's see how our hero Ace of Clubs approaches this. Another question that I have for Tent is like, I don't really know exactly when we want to, like, we'll see what our idea ends up being, but I don't necessarily like us using our Tent and like detaching it, I guess. I don't know what the word that tent players use. But I don't know if we want to commit, because like the thing with detaching the tent is like it's a really big commitment. It's a really big commitment because you're without your shield for like a long time. And like there could be people up here. They don't really have long range. Like they do have a Nova, but like you don't really have to worry about that. But they do have ways to potentially like run at you and punish you while your tent is down. So we need to be careful about like just using it whenever. Again, I'm not saying this is good or bad because I need some more time to tell. But when I watch like Japan play, at least in solo queue, I haven't seen too much competitive. But a lot of times their tent player, like if they detach their canopy and there's like a potential threat, they just like jump back to their teammates, which I guess is another thing to consider is like jumping back to your team when you're in a vulnerable state without your tent and like pushing with your tent is too scary or like separates you too much. Jumping back to your team is always like a valid answer and response. But we're pushing with our team is just going for a heavy push. I don't know if that. Yeah, they're kind of just taking fights. Okay, that's a huge pick. Nice. Should be able to get a pretty decent push. Okay, yeah, I think we could have pushed this a little bit earlier. We'll see how it goes, but nice. But I think we could have nice. It was a really good push. I think we could have done this a little bit earlier. This is the last person, so we can kind of stall them off. Yeah. There's a couple of things going on in this push. Some of it I like, but some of it is a little bit awkward. I'm a little bit concerned with us pushing early like this, but it does provide an opportunity for a team. Like our team is able to have like a pretty fast start. And Wiper, like we just outplay them. But yeah. I do like us being a little bit further back onto their plot when we're fighting over here. I'm just not sure like the best way that we like approach this situation. Like I think what we do is like totally fine. I'm just trying to think of like the best way to play around it. Because like this is like the last person in this area because we just splatted Wiper. So I would probably like this is a time where I would totally like detach the canopy and just play around this wall here. Like they don't even like, especially Nova doesn't like have a bomb or anything. But I'm just scared that we can get potentially like, because your other teammates like trying to figure out Clam and they're not as focused on the person that's fighting you. So I'd probably just take the extra time, get the tent out and just like play with it and like keep pressuring and fighting this person because eventually your teammates will help. But we put ourselves a little bit vulnerable, which Nova takes like 5 shots. So it's like a really long time for them to splat us. And we do get to cover in time, but I just feel really uncomfortable. We don't really know what's happening in our surroundings. And like that Wiper, like we end up turning around to be able to get to them, but we just like have our back turned to areas that could be potentially getting punished from. So I'm wondering like how this Wiper plays it. So that's the first thing. The second thing in this situation, once we have control, like I do like us helping the Nova. Like I do want us to sit in pit and help against the Nova up here because getting this pick's really important. But the second that we get this pick and then the Wiper comes down, we have to deal with them. At this point, I want us to immediately get into this position that we end up getting in because it's really good. Like I'm glad that we take it. It's a really smart way to play this because again, this is just a long lane for us to get our tent down and just provide a buffer for the rest of our team. But I want us to be up here like faster. We're just like sitting back here and like forcing our shooters to make plays for us when we want to be the one to support what they're trying to do. And like this whole play works out to our advantage. But like this person dropping probably doesn't happen, or if they do drop, they're probably getting damaged and y'all are close to cleaning them up if you're a little bit faster. And so this push starts to kind of slow down a little bit because that one person drops through and gets two splats. But again, you make it really nice. Like, you make some nice mechanical plays here. Again, in this type of situation, I wouldn't push into their spawn. I'd probably just like sit in the street again. Because again, when we're committing our tent in this area, like their whole team is spawning on us. So if we're going to go for this type of play, we should be like immediately looking to jump out at a certain point before the rest of the team spawns in. But we can totally just sit here. Because I think playing up here is just too dangerous. Because there's still a good chance that we can hold for a really long push. So it's not like we don't want to go for splats. Like it feels like we're just kind of mindlessly going for splats of like, oh, I can move forward, so I'm going to do that. And like it does have the indirect effect where like the rest of our team is able to score and stuff. But we can be a little bit more strategic, just like, you know, using this wall as cover, sitting in this area. We can drop back to our team if we need to. We can drop back into this open space if we need to. There's a lot of flexibility that we can have in this entire situation. And we make it really awkward for ourselves to be in spawn. But again, you stall for as long as you can. Like you do a good job of stalling here, but we could still be alive when all of this is happening. And when this person's looking to drop or this person potentially is pushing us, they could have also gone around this way. But you know, whatever the wiper does, we can kind of keep eyes on them. But when these people are dropping, we can get the advantage on them. Because like right now, which they're tunneled into stopping the push, but there's no reason where we need to actually die here. If we're playing, like if they drop on us and we have to back up, then like we can keep pushing back and like play up here, still pressure anyone that's sitting in this like back street area that they're going to drop into, but we can actually fight with our team. And once we have this big advantage, I think we want to do our best to play with our team. Because as a team, we just kind of stagger a little bit. And I think when we get into those really nice positions, like when we get into like their spawn and stuff, when we're that far ahead and we have that much of an advantage, I think it's important for us to think about why we're doing what we're doing. You know, what is the overall goal of, like when your team's pushing, what's the overall goal of taking a position like this? You know, is it to get picks? Usually not. You know, if they fight you, like if they try to fight you on your tent, then sure, you probably can get picks. But we don't want to take fights up here because we don't need to. Like overall, like the end result is a really nice push. But we probably have a chance to get a KO, especially like once we get the Trizuka double. If we play it a little bit more reserved and we just kind of hold this area down, because this is like where they have to go to push. They can go this long way, but someone has to come through this way. Because if they all go this way, then your team can just lean to the right side and then they're safe. But if we're able to stay alive for longer, then we can help keep our teammates alive. We can fight with our teammates and we can keep this push to be a lot bigger than it ends up being. But, you know, overall, very good play. But we had a KO potential that we just kind of, that was like in our lap, and we just kind of threw that KO potential. We didn't throw the push. The push itself was really good, but again, I don't think we necessarily are thinking about like why a certain thing is good. That's a nice play from the ink brush, which again is another reason why it's scary for Tent, a very clunky, clumsy weapon to be playing on spinner. So I would probably look to hold mid instead of sitting in that kind of spot. If you are going to sit up there, we probably have to play at the very back. But again, it's probably better for someone else on the team to do it. So just push through left or push through right. There's no need for us to be up here. If we're getting clams, it's like fine. But when we're trying to actually defend, I don't think we want to defend through the side way. Like right here, there's just like a lot of hesitation. Like we're unsure what we're trying to accomplish. But as I mentioned, we get the quick KO. I quickly just want to look back at the very last push, because we we like aren't a part of the very beginning of the push because we don't know what we're trying to do. And the important thing in solo queue is to like commit to a decision, like make a decision fast and then just commit to it. Like they're 2 down and we could be pushing in mid already, which like, yes, we're getting clams, which is like totally fine, but you know, we're taking extra time getting into mid. We're painting this wall for no reason. You know, like this whole thing is happening and like fortunately our teammates are able to get picks and clear the way, but this is our role. Our team doesn't need us to like again, getting these clams is okay. This map mode is so fast that even just collecting the clams, even if we collected the clams and just immediately booked it into the enemy pit, we're probably still going to be a little bit too slow. But we're very just lax with this whole situation. And again, like, you know, oh, we're going to score 4, but oh, our teammates got picked, so now we can commit to getting 3 more and have a bigger push. But I would probably just score the 4 because again, you can score from like the top of the spinner. Like you can score from a very safe angle and then you can always come back for these because if you score 3, basically scoring 3 clams is going to like fully get this back to full timer. So we can always come back for these, which like if we make a ball, we can cash in a lot just very quickly. But I don't know. This very end part of the game, like I feel like we're not really playing to what we're supposed to be doing as 10. And like we want to like get in there. And we did that for the push that we had. We ended up it could have been maybe a little bit faster, but we did get in there and like we had like big play potential. And we, you know, we got the huge double with Trizuka and we pushed into their spawn and stalled them for a while. Like we did our job really well when we tried to, but there were things that we could have done a little bit better or a little bit faster. And that's the biggest thing that I want to see in these types of scenarios. Cause like we win this game, we're probably going to have nice stats. Like you could look back at this game and just be very happy with the way that we played, which generally we did play very well, but we obviously should be looking at things that we can improve. And I think understanding our role is really important. And so for offense, our role is to like create space. Oops. Like creating space for the team, which this means that we need to be like effectively we're like we're gonna initiate a lot of engagements, not necessarily taking fights, but we want to be we don't want our teammates to be taking fights without us, because why are we playing tent, you know? Like if we're playing tent, we want to be in there. We are a shield to allow our team to push. And if our teammates are pushing without our shield, that usually that means that there's like a mistake somewhere. Either we're playing too slow or the rest of our team is like just forcing a little bit too fast. But especially at the end with your final push, like y'all get the enemy team down, you have full control of your base, and we're just like very slow with the way that we figure out like go this way, then we go this way. And we're just like, we're very inefficient with our movement, and like the match is happening and we have no influence on it. And that's not a situation that we want to be in as a 10 player. We want to like take those fights. Like getting claims is okay, but if our team's already ready to push, like let's push it with them. Like at the beginning, I was scared with us committing like this. It did work out in their favor, so it's like fine, I think. Because our team was like pushing up. But you know, That was an opportunity for us to kind of initiate. Even though our teammates are taking fights on the other side, like the overall goal here is to take control of their grate, take control of their pit. They're coming in from one angle, you're coming in from another. And this is really good. This is like super thumbs up here. But when your team is already up here pushing, you slowly like picking up clams and then, you know, trying to get even more clams while everyone else is fighting. Like that's not the position that we want to be in as a 10 player. So that's kind of the big thing there. And like certain spots we did a really good job, certain spots we did not so good job. But I want us to stay focused on making sure that we have influence over the fights. Because the fights that we had, like in this game, it didn't matter in certain spots if we influenced it or not, but not every game is gonna be like that, you know? Like that push, like when you were picking up clams, you're like, oh, like, can I make a ball? While like your team is all fighting and everything here, this could have gone catastrophic and your whole team could have went down because you weren't there to like help them. We just kind of lucked into the fact that our teammates were able to win the game regardless of what we were doing in those situations. So that's kind of the big thing that I think would help to focus on. Because when you did that, your offense was really good. But when we neglect to do that, it can potentially throw games. And we have to try to match the speed that the rest of our team is playing at. It's like a really important concept to understand. Because if your team played it slow and like wanted to collect a bunch of clams for the push, like that plays okay. Obviously, if you can take more space, you should just go ahead and do it. But yeah, regardless, I want that to become like a habit. But for the defense and the hold, kind of the big things here. The first one is like position in. It doesn't have to necessarily be open space, but like position yourself in an area that you're able to at least move. Or a position to tent. And what I mean by tent is if you're, because sometimes people will fight under basket, and if you just like throw your tent, I guess we'd be fighting, whatever. Let's just say that we're fighting over this way. Sometimes if you get your tent, it's like if you throw your tent and it hits this wall, it's obviously going to just get stuck on the wall. And that provides you cover to be able to weave in and out of this tent area. So sometimes you don't need like a lot of open space helps because you can move up with your tent. But sometimes you can also use your tent to like hold position. And when you were pushing the enemy team's like back street in there and stuff, like you can use this wall to like trap your tent so that it doesn't move and you can still just consistently use it as a wall. And I'd much rather us look to do that instead of you know, there was a couple of spots that I want to pinpoint. The first one was when we were sitting on top of our spinner. I just don't think that's ever really a good play. Like we can be on there like temporarily, but just push through the sides. Once we're up toward mid on either side, like we have a lot of room to maneuver and outplay the opponent. But like there's nothing for us, like there's not a lot of room for us to reposition. You know, we can't really move forward with our tent, or we can't for very long. There is an opportunity, but if someone's already up there, you're probably going to get splatted. And like in this case, the brush was sitting here and they were just waiting for a good chance for you to get close to the ledge and then punish you. And your weapon's just too slow to be able to be effective in this situation. And there's no place for you to like get your tent like set up and like to get it stuck on the terrain because there's no like ledges or walls for it to catch on here. So again, in those types of situations, that's usually a good sign that like tent probably doesn't make the most sense. And there was no urgency for us to need to take that. It's urgent for our team to take it, but we can also get like chip shots and we can paint the tent, or we can paint the spinner, which is an important thing to do, away from being on it itself. The other situation that I want to bring up is when we were pushing into their spawn, which again, I'm going to just do it over here because we have more space. But when our team was scoring over here, like we took the side, which was perfect, you know, like we held it down. We were able to get into a position and hit some really nice Trizuka shots, but we ended up getting too confident and we're like pushing in this area, like with our tent, when there's two people that are going to be spawning and immediately like fighting us, which we do like stall for another like 3 seconds, 4 seconds, which is good. It gives your team more time to do stuff, but there's no need for us to actually go down here. We could have got those picks. You know, if we want to get our tent up here and just kind of be tricky, you can go for it, but we should immediately be repositioning like back into the street. Just hold the street. Because if you control this whole space, like the enemy team, it really restricts. Like they basically have to force through right side, or they have to deal with you on the tent. And like dealing with you, like them having to commit and deal with the tent is a lot scarier than the tent already committing into their spawn. And they're fighting with spawn armor and there's multiple people, they know where you're at, you know, they can kind of wait out the tent. And it's just, this is very low odds, but holding the street down is very high odds and it gives us more flexibility. And it goes back to like, you know, staying alive is like the best thing that you can do. Because you can see in this position that you end up going down and like you get splatted, the rest of your team gets cleaned up, and it immediately turns into the enemy team pushing for like 40 points. Like 40 plus points. And some of that, like part of the reason why they get a big push after that is because you immediately feed in and your team doesn't have this buffer that they're expecting out of you in the back street area. So when they're like scoring or they're going for clams and stuff, they're just getting chewed up from the people that are like dropping onto them. So that's like important for us to hold. And that's how we KO. And that's, again, being predictable for your teammates. That's kind of like what they expect. On defense, we just want to focus on holding areas like where we specifically excel. You know, we excel in their pit area, but if we can move forward, then you know, we can excel up here. Technically, if we wanted to be up here, we could play up here, but it's just like kind of redundant. And we have to do, like, people are going to be pushing through this main ramp generally. So being like a tier higher up here doesn't really help us all that much. It does give us some more space, but it's like, it's not really as good. Because you just want to be closer to your, you don't want to have to drop like twice to get to your team. You want to be close enough to where, oh, I drop off of a ledge, I'm here with my team. That's like the ideal situation. And I just think that we were a little bit too ready to like spawn kill, and like we lost focus on the fact that we were like trying to play like clan blitz. Like we were just playing spawn kill instead of playing like the actual objective. And it totally could have backfired. And it did backfire a little bit, but we had a good enough push. And we got a second push that like net positive for us so that we end up winning the match. But that net negative might lose you a match in different circumstances. And we want to avoid that. We want to be as consistent in our play as we can be. But overall, it was a really good gameplay. Mechanics were solid. You held, you know, in 85, 90% of the match, you held the areas that you needed to hold, and your team was able to have a pretty comfortable match. Yeah, your stats are pretty solid. And, you know, overall, it's a relatively short match, so there isn't too much for us to like really comb over. But that's kind of the biggest thing that I want to focus on. Because it's a very important tip for people that are just like thinking about grinding and playing a lot of games of Splatoon over a long period of time. The important thing to think about is each individual decision makes up the climb as a whole. And it's not like every single game. It's like even more granular than that. It's like every decision, every fight, every decision on where you position, when you use your tent, when you look to engage the enemy. All of these things should be what you're evaluating when you're trying to improve, and when you're looking at your own games. Is like you want to look at like the small details. And like the pushes where we got a lot of points, there's basically two pushes. One, we had a nice push and we tried to spawn kill, which we probably shouldn't have done. But, you know, that whole play was really good. There was a nice individual opportunity for us. There was a good push and initiation and a distraction overall while our teammates were pushing the great area, which, again, thumbs up, kudos. But the very end of that push is what triggered the enemy team to counterattack. And we don't want to give the enemy team a free counterattack, which is why we don't want to try to fight in their spawn when we basically know we're going to immediately die. And instead just playing in the back street. If we need to jump out, we can. If we want to drop down to their pit, fight with our team, we can. Like we just have more flexibility, more options, and our chance of survival is generally higher. So that's kind of the biggest takeaway, is thinking about the game throughout every decision that you make, not just, oh, we won or oh, we lost. Because you can, in a win like this, there's a lot of things that you can improve on, and it's important to position yourself and be critical enough about yourself to find those things. Even in a game that's like, you know, pretty easy, pretty quick, oh, nice win, we should still find those little areas of improvement that we can focus on. That's what matters in the long run. Because there's going to be games that are literally impossible for you to win, but you did a lot of really good stuff. But you also could play, you know, poorly, or like have like these very glaring mistakes. I think dying in their spawn is a pretty glaring mistake. It often won't go punished, but we got pretty punished this match. Not enough for us to lose the match, but yeah, thinking about our game in terms of like every single decision, and you can't analyze every decision you make in a game because there's like tens of thousands of decisions you're making every game, and that's just impractical. So like you want to have like a very focused piece on what you should be looking at, and that's what I try to provide, is like give you areas of focus. But in the grand scheme of things, you know, whether we win, whether we lose, it's important for us to think about the bigger picture, because that's what's going to allow us to continue to climb, continue to improve, and will make us a better player. It's a very common pitfall for people to like when they're really far ahead with a really nice push in any game mode, they kind of get really relaxed, and usually it doesn't backfire, but sometimes it backfires. And a decision that you made, like, you have so much time to work with when you have a big push like that. Like when you have a really big lead, it gives you a lot of wiggle room, but if you use some of that wiggle room to like feed and not play the game, then it's like there's just like little pockets of you throwing the game, and we don't want to do that. I think this code is not going to work, which is really unfortunate. Shoot. Real quick, let me see if I can work my magic and see if there's a common letter that might be wrong. There really isn't. I guess there's a few. I'm gonna try this. Alright, and it's not an outdated one either, so I ping them and we'll get that figured out. Anyways, let's try another one. But once they get their code figured out, I'll get back to it. But to keep the train rolling. Okay. Gotcha. They're taking a look at it now, so we might be able to get back to it tonight. Just whenever they have that code again. But this is a scroon. think their name is pronounced Spica, I think. Oh shit. Alright. So this looks like a... I know there's like... I think a lot of these people are on different teams, so I think it's just like a pickup scrim. If I'm not mistaken. So... Goal of knowledge. Oh, let me update the... That's not the right one. They're playing Squeezer. This is like a scrim. I'll just say around mid-level scrim. I'm not familiar with everyone's name, but for most of the people that we're playing with, it seems about right. Cool. So, anyways, so we're playing TC on this map. It's interesting to go from one mode on this to another, but again, TC is definitely a mode of like timing windows, and getting picks in the right places at the right times is like another way to think about it. Like you do have to like force in a lot of areas in order to like score and get value. So just very generally, when we're trying to aim for first checkpoint, we need to get them off of spinner if they're on top of their spinner. We need to get them off of their grates, off of their snipe. So on our team, a lot of times if we have like a slosher or a blaster or something that can go around walls and objects, they can help with this grate really well. We don't have that. We do have Zuka can very limited fulfill that role. They can get picks if people are like sitting on top of here, which looking at their comp, they're probably not going to have a lot of people just sitting on grates. Their team's a lot faster than, you know, a backliner sitting on top of snipe, for example. But what our comp does have is an inkjet and a cooler. And we also have a Tetra that can just kind of roll in a lot of different areas. But we have a lot of aggression that basically, unless we already have the picks beforehand, we're going to be relying a lot on our inkjet and our potential ability to outrange the enemies. Even though Stamper has a lot of range in a lot of scenarios. But we generally as a squeezer, we can outrange, like, especially the short range shooters. 52 has a wall, which can be a little bit annoying, but we can definitely keep our distance. Yo. What is up? Inferno and Ferrava. Oh, welcome in. I need to get some water. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll get water here in a second. But yeah. So on the first checkpoint, we need to get them off spinner. We need to get them off of their grate. They might be sitting... No one on their team can really capitalize up here too much. I guess the crab can sit up on the... this area up top here is called scaffolds, generally. And like usually people don't like to sit on top of scaffolds. Have to wait till tomorrow. Yeah, no worries. There might just be like one or two... Like if you still... Like on the app, if you can still find the replay... Sorry, here's a blanket stuck under my chair. But if you can find the replay code, then you might be able to like reference it. It might just be like one or two small things that need to be fixed. But yeah, scaffold is a little bit of a concern too when we're pushing this first checkpoint. That's kind of the big thing. This flank over here on the left, like on the first checkpoint and after, is very good because most people are focused like in front. And like offensively, we're really focused on taking snipe area, and we're going to be looking this way. And like we're going to be trying to take their window area, and we're going to be looking this way. So this like far wide flank definitely can be left open. So we have to be a little bit mindful of that. But yeah, on second checkpoint, we should already have control of the grate. we have to be careful about people dropping from this far left side. Yeah, no, you're totally fine. I appreciate you popping in, and yeah, thank you. Appreciate you. Have a good night. And we will get to your review as soon as we have that replay figured out. But welcome in, and thank you. 12 p.m. on the dot. I will try my best. My schedule's been a little all over the place recently. But yeah, when we're on second checkpoint, like this whole pit area is a problem. This up here, which like this is more of a problem, like pushing to the second checkpoint. But we need to start, like we really, like this is the biggest focus. People are always going to be dropping into the pit through various angles. If we're not actually sitting on top of the snipe, it's like the grate itself, some people can jump to the grate and like the defending team will like get behind you in that respect. That's one thing that we're going to have to be careful of. They can also shark like right here. They can shark back here and like look to push through. So we have to be careful about this like far left threat. Pit area, and then making sure we have control of their window. Once we have control of that, you know, if we have control of window and we're pushing to this final checkpoint, we just need to get them off this area and just be careful about these drops. But usually getting KO or getting it to a couple of points is, yeah, take care. Have a good night. Welcome. Why am I saying welcome? Yeah, have a good night. And thank you for dropping by was the words I was looking for. So that's kind of the way that we want to look at this. Same thing when we're defending. If we're defending first checkpoint, as a squeezer, we probably can defend from up here. We probably can't be sitting up here. We might be able to play over scaffold. It's a little bit risky against the stamper, but it's totally fine. A little bit scary against the crab, but it's totally fine. You know, we can hold window. And like look to push up. And, you know, really first checkpoint, hold this area. Second checkpoint, make sure we're holding this area. And look for opportunities to push the enemy team. But I like our comp a little bit more just because Inkjet is Inkjet currently. And yeah, but let me get some water real quick and we'll actually start watching the match. And then again, just as I'm thinking about your comp as a whole, the other thing that I would like to mention with your comp is like timings are really important. I mean, timings are important for the mode, but for your comp, like, you know, timing to support your tetras when they start pushing in, or if they take fights, or, you know, whatever the case is. Timing with your cooler. You know, if you're going to make these heavy commitments with Inkjet, we're going to make, you know, bigger pushes. Being able to time that with cooler, or time that with Inkjet, or time that with your tetra pushing. All of those are really, really important. The other thing that we want to be thinking about with these pushes are, and this is going to depend on if we have a lead or not. It really changes the dynamic of a lot of these matches. But if we have a lead, and like a decent lead, so I'd say like, especially past second checkpoint, but even just like getting it close to second checkpoint sometimes can be enough if you play for control. But because we have a lot of like longer range weapons, we can play a bit of like an anchor role and just fight behind our wall and just focus, you know, keep the tower in front, keep the tower like in this general area. But the biggest thing is that as a team, you know, Tetra's probably going to feed between us and the Zap. Sometimes we might go in, but holistically, if we can just keep control of mid, we can just, you know, don't fully wipe and lose control of mid. Maybe like one person feeds, two people at the most, but have enough control in mid to be able to fight long enough for your teammates to jump back in if they do go down for some reason. So that's like another thing, which again, it's going to be situational. We'll get into the match, but especially when you have a lead, a lot of times our team, when we play with a backline, like we we're not necessarily going for like KOs. Like we'll go for a nice push, and then oh, there's 2.5 minutes left, and we have full control of mid, and all of mid is painted our color. We don't have to take a bunch of risk that risk us losing mid. We can just fight and hold mid for like the rest of the match. If we get picks, we can obviously move forward and continue to take space, but we don't have to be as risky if we have a big lead. They have no one on right side at the beginning, so I do like us taking the space. Nice shots. Make sure to get cooler, which is nice. But now as a team, we need to figure out what we're doing. Because like this whole time we had 2 down and we didn't. Yo, it's Celeste. I am fortunately alive. It's been a busy little bit, but it's nice to stream again. But I hope you're doing well. And yeah, I know you're choosing mint chocolate chip for the Splatfest. Surely. Okay, it's nice to see you. Yeah, in this whole scenario, we're gonna look at it from a top-down view, but like we took no space. We had a cooler, we had opportunities, and we just didn't take space. Strawberry hater. I love all the flavors, but mint chocolate chip is just the GOAT. And like with the position we're in, like I'm fine with us playing the way that we're playing it. We probably could have gotten a wall down that we could play around a little bit better in some of those spots, but I think overall we're chilling. I'm a little bit concerned with us in this position. Nice shot though. Alright, so okay. I was gonna say at some point we're gonna have to get back to the start of the match. So this opening is really, there's a lot of things I really like out of like what you're doing, and then there's some things that we can be doing a little bit better. Oh yeah, I forgot to ping people. I don't do this for a week and then I like forget how to run a stream. Here, 1 second. So, anyways. Let me get this in here. All right. So yeah. Okie dokie. Back to the review. So anyways. Semi-lurk. Yeah, good luck, good luck. 9s. Okay. Overfishing practice. Let's go. I believe. The best of luck, and hopefully, I'm guessing you're going to be doing it with a full party, but hopefully, if you're playing with Trig, hopefully Trig doesn't feed too hard, you know? But definitely good luck. And we love Trig. Daily reminder, or streamly reminder, we all love Trig. Yes, I like that, like, they don't play for right at all. I like us rounding this corner. Truthfully, we can play it even deeper than this. Oops, I went back too far. But like, as we're moving in, we see like 0 paint in any of this area. Like, we know that we're not going to get attacked. I'm okay with this. Yo, what's up? Welcome in. Yeah, we just kind of started the review. I was late to ping, so I apologize. But yeah, welcome in. If you have any questions as we go through, please let me know. But yeah, we were kind of going through the opening. I really like this opening. And I like that you round this corner. I think you probably could have been a little bit deeper and thrown your wall this way instead of throwing it directly here. But either way is fine. You get this wall down. You're a little like, you're less risky, but you have a lot more safety, which is totally fine for the opening, because there is a chance that people are like in openings. They could have painted here, but they could like either be sitting in the sink, or maybe they could have been walking in or sitting on the sledge. There's a chance for us to get caught off guard. So I don't hate this play, but I do like that we're taking this whole angle here to find this initial pick. This is really good. And you know, our team as a whole ends up getting picks using our range, which is wonderful. I'm pressuring these people, but in this situation, when we have these numbers like this, we should be looking to be a lot more aggressive in this situation. We know that 3 of them are down. One of them is either jumping in or they're swimming in. And like we were just pressuring this junior at the end. So there's a couple of different ideas that you can have, but like as a team, you should be looking to attack this immediately. So when this is like the last person, the first thing that we could be doing is like we could continue to push. Like we can push low ground and just keep chasing after this person because we have a range advantage and we should be able to like visually see what they're trying to do. And if they try to take a fight over here with you and you're able to stay alive, then like your teammate can push through another angle and be able to support you. So that's one idea. I don't love the idea because I don't like playing underneath like this. I'd rather something like a Tetra or maybe even a Zap go for this type of play. I like us staying on high ground, but we can use Spinner to start pressuring. Like we know they're either going to back up completely or like the most likely response is that they're going to try to play on top of the snipe because holding great in this area is like really important for the rest of the match. But right here, right when this person turns this corner and we don't get this pick, we need to immediately have a plan of attack. I don't care what it is. Again, you can play this way. We can use the spinner to jump on top of the grate. You know, technically you can just jump on top of this little high point here, the rectangular block, and then just jump onto the grate. But I would love to just, you know, have a wall here, take control of this area, and then once your Tetra is able to get in, they can start rolling in and fighting for pit. And if this person's still sitting on their snipe and trying to defend it, they don't have the resources to be able to actually take that fight. But just we have no direction. You can see this person starting to like, you know, our Zap, I'm assuming there's voice comms in all of this, but like our Zap is trying to look to move up, but they don't have any support. You know, if your ballpoint was giving fall off shots around here, then they'd have some more confidence to move forward. If you were pushing onto their grate, y'all would have 2 angles of attack potentially. You know, even if you just drop out this right side and like, cause you have your wall and stuff, like you could totally, you can play down here and just throw a wall here and just keep an eye, like, especially in this situation, which you're not always going to have this, but like they don't have any paint over here. So it's very easy to tell if someone's actually pushing this, and you can time it with map checks over here. But we want to be a lot more aggressive, and we can still stay safe because as a squeezer, we have the ability to play at longer ranges like you did at the very beginning of this match. But, you know, the fact that our whole team just sitting over here when we had a 3v1 is like problem number 1, which is very common. And this map specifically is like really awkward to push. But, and because this is something when I look at this map, like this map mode through our team, this is something that we struggle on a lot. So if you have a special, you can look to push, but just try to play it in a way that works well for your weapon. So again, if you have a Tetra, Tetra's good at playing this left side because they can roll like, you know, with their movement, they can roll all the way back to this wall if they're fighting someone over here, or they can fight, you know, more aggressively and like fight back and forth in this area and just go in different directions and actually look to take this fight. There's a lot of different ways that they can like play this. But yeah, as a squeezer, if you can get on top of the grade over here, that would be ideal. If you have to play down here and just get a wall in this area, that's totally fine. Get paint to cut off this person over here, and anyone that, you know, potentially tries to challenge the tower, you can provide that nice little buffer. You just have to be careful that they're not on top of this area here. So like if you're sitting down here, you have to keep tabs on this spot here, and you have to keep tabs on someone dropping from you up here. But we want to look, again, once you go, so like the next time you're in this type of situation, when you're in a 3v1 and you have the ability to push, I don't care what the play is. This way, up top of here is fine, over here is fine. You know, if you want to try to fight for their wall and sit on top of here, which is going to be very awkward, but totally would be fine. I would be happy with you playing that and you playing around scaffolds. I don't really care what the decision is, but we have to make an aggressive play here. Once we make the aggressive play in, you know, the next scrim that you play, then we can be a little bit more detailed of like why that push failed or why that didn't work. But, you know, because we don't actually go for anything, we're left to speculate. But to give you some ideas of what we should do, Those are just some general ideas. Because now we're fighting, we didn't take any extra position, and now the whole enemy team is back again, which just makes this play a lot more difficult for us to really be able to do anything. Which, like, your teammates find an opening. That's awesome. They can start pushing this way. You holding this spot is, you know, basically the best you can do. I do think in this type of position, you probably can get a wall down somewhere and just like establish space a little bit easier. So I like us being able to play around our wall around here. I don't care where it is, but just get it out somewhere. Just to have that little extra advantage. But we're able to stay alive and just stall, which is like, you know, all we really need to be doing in this situation. Teammates are cleaning up everything else. And so like now we're chilling. Again, this is another situation. We are in a 3v1. And like your poor squeeze or your poor Zap is fighting by themselves. We could totally be up here, throw a wall down up here, and like fight for this window, which would open up the second cap for us. We still would have to be careful about the left side over here in case they drop down into their pit, which is very likely. But our Zap is fighting a 1v1 when there's like 3 of you up. And I think in this spot, we just didn't coordinate who's going to sit on the tower. But again, a little bit of extra speed there makes all the difference in the rest of this, the way this push happens. I also don't like us popping our Inkjet here, or sorry, our Trizuka, because we don't know what's happening. Like someone could drop, like someone could be coming out of spawn from this far left area and just drop down on us, and we have no defense for it. So they're just very risky. Like I know like you're going for this play over on this window, but it's very risky. By the time you take the third shot, I do like you're now in a position where you have a little bit of a better vantage. You would still die to someone dropping over here, but you at least have a better vantage of this entire situation, which I'm happy with, and you get a nice shot and you can get back in the mid. But just, again, there isn't a right or wrong in this situation, but just from my perspective, again, when there's just the gal left, you tell your Zap to stay alive so like they can go wider. Like they don't have to take this fight directly. If you tell them that you're pushing, just tell them to stall. They can just throw a suction bomb here and just stall this person over here. Your jet that's gonna land, they watch the scaffold in case the gal tries to push up scaffold, so they can just keep that area clear, and then you push up on this wall and get your splash wall down, and then this 52 is just like stuck. And then when the enemy team is looking to start dropping down and everything, you're on high ground and you're chilling. So like this whole play here is like great, but we don't capitalize off of it all that well. And then once your teammate goes down here, the thing that I was talking about before, where, oh, if you have like a big lead. Yo, what's up, Fantar? Welcome in, welcome in. How have you been, my friend? Also, did you play any of the 2v2 stuff? If so, how did you enjoy that? But yeah, in this scenario, the other thing that we could do, which like you could still technically push this, but that window of us being able to push is getting smaller and smaller. But the safe play that you could do here is that both of y'all can just sit in mid and just hold control of mid. Just let your teammates safely push in, and then you can look for another like play. So I would be okay with us being a little bit slower here. Which if you map checked and saw there was no pain over here, which I probably wouldn't be doing in this moment, but if you did, then kudos. Yo, what's up, X-Ray? Then I'm a little bit more okay with this, but like you just can get dropped on, and you know that you're you know your ballpoint's not going to be able to help you if you get dropped on, so you end up moving back, but there's a little small window where you can get. Do you have a code? Yeah, I would love to see it. If you're still in the Discord, if you could post it in there, that'd be sick. And then yeah, the rest of their team pushes up, but this is like the worst thing that could happen. Like we took a little bit of a risk in like a 2v4, but instead if both us and our ballpoint, if we just sat in mid and gave jumps to our Zap and jumps to our Tetra, then like we can just hold mid and chill until we have our special again. Then we can use Inkjet to like push this area, or like we can push with Cooler. There's different ways that we can play it, but You know, we end up giving mid completely and potentially allow this game to start getting out of control if we, like, just because of the risky play that we went for, which, you know, again, when there was a 3v1 against the 52, I definitely think you push that. But once your zap goes down, I think you can play it a little bit slower. Yeah, that's tough. I think in these spots, you probably can just like throw the wall down. If I'm being completely honest, I'll back it up a little bit more. But like you can just like throwing a wall here is like totally fine. Because realistically, like in this spot, like these shots are fine. But in this kind of situation, like we're realistically not going to just push this, you know? So just getting a preemptive wall just makes this play a lot safer. But like getting those picks is really good. But we're probably looking to reposition. We're probably as a squeezer not going to just like take this fight directly. You know, even here, as we back up, just throw a wall down. But realistically, you probably push up to like snipe or something. But you know, either way, good pick. This was almost a catastrophe. Really unfortunate dying to 52 fall off. 52 moment. Those things happen. But again, like we've allowed the enemy team to snowball potentially when they didn't necessarily need to have the ability to do so. Again, in this spot, we should be trying to like look to take space. I think we go on top of our snipe in this situation. Yeah. Because our teammates fighting and not... Nice shots. We'll let this play out and then I'll kind of talk to. That's tough. Clean up. Alright, nice. Really good from your, I think, Tetra to stay alive in that situation. But again, in these moments, I think we're unsure what we need to be doing. And we need to be sure. You know, like in this situation, we have numbers. We want to start looking to move forward. They have a crab over here, so we probably don't want to take those fights directly. I think a decent compromise is to start pushing up to our grate. And then once the crab's over, we can like maybe get a wall down and look to take a fight on the left side. But holding control, obviously when spinner is up, we really need to take control of it. But even, you know, regardless of where it's at any moment, you can't post anymore. Oh, shoot. It should be, shoot, there's like a different Discord. If you want to join that Discord instead, you should be able to post in there. We ended up moving like where we house all that stuff. So if you wouldn't mind, and you can leave the other one if you'd like. If you could join that one, that would be ideal. Because before I think we did the reviews in my personal Discord, but we moved them to a more centralized location. So hopefully you can do it in this one. The Discord and the review link is different than probably the one you used before. But if you're having problems with it, again, feel free to just post it in chat. Sometimes I give exceptions, and I don't like giving exceptions, but I know that you also worked with like the old system and stuff. I know that it's a bit of a pain of having to like juggle Discords and stuff. So either way is totally fine. But in the Discord and the review message, that like the automated message it just posted is a little bit different. So that one should have the permissions to do it. So anyways, oh yeah, in this position, one thing I wanted to mention is I think we're supposed to be faster. Because like this crab over here, this crab can't hit us when we're like, if we climb up all the way to the top, they can hit us, but we should be like sitting on top of this wall. I just don't like us giving up height advantage for free and just sitting in this type of spot, because there's nothing we can do in this spot, and we have to at least move forward. If we move forward and, you know, if their stamper is sitting on top of there and we're scared to push it, then sure, we can drop back. But we have to at least try to take this space and get some more information on what's going on. Because like in your spot now, I have no idea what's happening. And like now this thing's up, like the spinner's up, and it's just very, very scary. So anyways, the other thing that I would say, when your teammate is climbing up here, I mean, they should probably be calming it, but like realistically, they're going to be climbing up here. When you see them look to climb up here, like you could paint this wall and help them out. The other thing is like when they start climbing, you should be getting shots. Like paint the top of this with your fall off, and also start painting like the top of, so start painting this area for them, start painting like this area for them. You probably, like you can't hit where the squeezer is, but you can at least start getting paint and making the climb for your tetras a little bit safer. So if we're gonna sit in this spot, if we're too scared to climb this ourselves, which I think we probably could have if we were a little bit faster, but if we're too scared to climb at a certain point, we should at least be painting this so that when our teammates are trying to push, which they probably should have thrown an auto bomb, but either way. But you see, like this person is uncontested all the way up here, and it makes this play for your tetra very scary because they have no support. You know, your ballpoint could be helping, you could be helping, suction bomb could help, their auto bomb could help. There's a lot of ways that we can support us trying to take back control of this space over here. But just running with our body without getting paint, without getting any sort of lethal to give us a bubble to have some zone control makes us, basically this is to be expected. Because we did nothing to try to influence that play. And now we're just in a struggle. But again, you hit some really nice shots. Unfortunately, your teammates clean up. So I think y'all still have lead after all of this, but those are like little small decisions that you can make where, you know, you're not getting picks by getting paint on your snipe and getting paint on spinner, but it increases the likelihood that your tetra doesn't immediately die to any threat that's sitting up there. And based off of them crabbing in this area, there's a good chance that Stamper is going to be up here. But even if it's not Stamper, like their 52 could totally jump in the mid after they respawn and be sitting on that area as well. So it felt like we were just a little bit unsure of like what we're supposed to do, or maybe we're a little bit scared about moving forward. And again, we don't have time to think in these games. You do the thinking by VOD reviewing, by game planning, you know, doing stuff outside of the game. But when it comes to actually being in the game, I don't care what decision it is, just make a decision. That way we can better analyze what happens, like, you know, in a future review, basically. I do like us being aggressive here. It was very scary. But we're able to end up staying alive. Yeah, this whole situation is just very awkward. I do love, you know, you getting the wipe. I don't think you need to sit on tower at all. I think you immediately get into this type of position, or maybe you can even get into a position on their ramp. This is obviously a lot safer. I'd probably just chill up here and just get paint all around their pit area. But we don't need to be on tower in this type of situation. We're just wasting time. Like we could have already been shooting shots at the different people that are threatening us. And it's like we're getting pressured here because the enemy team gets into position before we get into position. And we allow that because we try to sit on tower for a little bit. But if we go back just a tiny bit and then we look at it from like a bird's eye view. So how about teammate? Okay, we get wipe. All right, so now we start pushing in, you know, let's say it maybe takes, I don't know, maybe 3 seconds or so to make it up there. It's like you're moving, you're jumping on top, you're on the grate like now. Probably a little bit sooner, but let's say you're on grate now. You get to see this person dropping in, and you can put shots on this Stamper before they start shooting you. And also, like, again, if you take grate and you start calling to your teammates, because this is a scrim, you know, so I'm assuming there's VC happening. But if you say, like, after the wipe, I'm taking snipe, I need help in their pit. You know, whenever your Zap and Tetra gets in, they can start dropping in very easily. And if you already start establishing paint while these people are swimming in, then it makes their lives a lot easier. And this is just a very fluid motion. But like we finally get into position, we miss seeing this person's drop. We don't know where this person is specifically. The other thing I would say in this position is that we probably want to get a wall down. I'm really awkward with walls. I don't know, while we're jumping up, I don't know if we can get a wall on like the very edge of this grate to help against the window. That would be ideal, but I don't know like how feasible that is. But I would practice and get more comfortable with walls because I feel like we're not using walls a ton. We could even like bounce the wall off this little, you know, like there's a couple of different blocks. If we're faster, we can just throw it off this little block here, and at least it like sits here. So we have some cover if we want to fight this person over here. But the enemy team just takes positions that they shouldn't be able to, and then you're stuck in this awkward spot. And all of this happens because, you know, we have 2 people on tower for no reason, and we weren't able to get paint and establish control fast enough. And so now the enemy team has grates, they clean up the fights, and then you're kind of stuck in this situation. Nice shots, just, you know, doing some damage. I think now, probably not the highest percentage specials, but I'm fine. Zuka is just one of those specials. It's okay to go for those opportunities. Yeah. And while we were fighting over on this side, our Stamper just, I think, solos the BP with Zipcaster before we're able to get our jet out. Which I don't know if BP should be on scaffold in this situation. Like the enemy team already has it to this far. Like we don't need to fight for first checkpoint. I think our BP needs to get into a situation to be able to use the jet. But like that's what we should be coordinating. It's like we were playing off jet and then figure out what jet wants to do, and then as a team we play off of it. Because like we're focused over on this right side, and like 2 to 3 of us, yeah, like see there's 3 of us focusing on it, and this person's just getting pushed by a Zipcaster while also having to deal with crab shots, and then the enemy team takes control in this situation. And again, there's a little bit of lack of decision, but as a team, oh, y'all actually hold lead. Nice. Well, maybe. Nice. Okay, we're chilling. But yeah, we need to be very decisive about, you know, specifically what we're doing as a player, what our next move is, and then as a team, what our next move is. Because we had the resource to help with the break. We had our inkjet, but we weren't able to actually get into a position to use it because we weren't playing for it. Yeah, again, this is a situation you could just, there's no reason not to throw a wall in this situation. Because we're still waiting for tower to get back. Like right here, we see this person potentially pushing us, which they shouldn't. We should be able to win this for free, but there's no reason for us not to throw a wall down if we're gonna just pre-fire this area. We have the tank for it. That's not a problem. And it's just, you know, there should be no reason, especially when there's like a second person. This is just scary, which again, better aim, or, you know, if our shots hit or whatever, like, okay, we didn't need the wall, but there's no reason just not to get into the habit of throwing it down. I feel like, I don't know how much Squeezer you've played, but it feels like we're not comfortable, or not that, I don't even think it's a comfort thing. I just think that we haven't established wall in our routine and like the way that we take fights and the way that we play the game. That's tough. And it's a little bit slow moving, but all good. If you're not moving in here, your team should not be sitting on tower. Yeah, this is another just like a very minor difference in the way that this goes. But in these situations, if you know that you're swimming in, they're inkjetting, okay. Alright, never. I wasn't fully paying attention to the situation. But when did they inkjet, I guess would be a good question. You did? Okay. Let me double check. I see a new post, so I'm guessing that's yours. Awesome. Thank you, thank you. I will definitely get to it. There's a lot of reviews on the server. Yeah, it has been nice. But we will definitely get to it. I might not be able to get to it tonight. I don't know how long I'm going for tonight, but we will get to it very, very, very soon. Oh yeah, sorry. I went past the thing that I wasn't looking for. So, yeah. So in this situation, again, this is like, you should be able to jump in this situation. Your BP should be off tower. I mean, they're jetting to help this play. I guess there's a lot happening here. There's a whole lot happening here. I don't know if we even need the Reef Slider here. I think we just play for mid. Like, we have a lead still. I think we just hold mid. If our teammates go down, we just chill. So, like, you go down here. I don't think we need to, like, push forward here. I think we just hold mid. And just take it slower. Give time for us to get cooler out. Get into a position to use these specials. You know? I don't think our teammates they probably weren't predicting that you would die to a bomb. So, like, you know, they go for this play. Reef Slider and, like, Petra Feeding's kind of whatever. But us pushing this far with tower and then trying to jet after is a mistake. And we can avoid this by telling our team, you know, like, either tell them that you need a jump and to get off tower, or tell them that you're going to swim in and then they don't push it. Which, like, they should be able to sit in mid and, like, slow it down. But, sorry, I dropped controller. But yeah, in this type of situation, this is just a lack of, like, direction from our team. We don't know, like, what we should be doing in this kind of situation. Or maybe we do know. It definitely seems like we didn't coordinate, which means we probably didn't vocalize that type of plan. And, you know, if you're playing like a scrim, if you're playing a pickup, if you don't play with these people all the time, or even if you do play with them all the time, it's something that you need to, like, implement into your game plan. That's the type of voice comms that are, like, important in these types of situations. Like, very, very common. People talk about, like, oh, like, when you're trying to learn how to VC properly, it's important to, like, learn call outs and learn, you know how to be as efficient as possible, saying that there's someone in a certain spot. And yes, that stuff is true, but the overall goal for all of this, like, the importance of communication are, like, these types of moments of, like, you got spotted by the bomb, which was unfortunate, but you get to make a decision. Am I jumping in? Am I swimming in? And that decision you have makes a bigger impact on the rest of the team. And so your team decided to commit the Reef Slider, they decided to commit the objective, and they decided to commit, you know, basically, I mean, you committed all your specials for this push when you didn't need to. Y'all could have just sat in mid until you got your jump in. You know, you jump into the Zaps cooler, and then you're all are alive, and you can use Reef Slider, you can use Inkjet to, like, continue that push. But these are things as a team we have to establish. What is our goal as a team? What are we trying to do in this situation? Are we trying to take fights? Do we need points? We have a lead. There's only a minute left. Does it really matter that we get a bigger lead? Because we can just hold mid for the next minute. Nice shots. Your squeezer shots have been really good. And then we just get very comfortable, which maybe we hold. Okay, we hold. You get very comfortable sitting in the pit. I feel like there's, in a lot of these situations, I feel like we can be doing a little bit more. I just don't love us. I don't love us just, like, sitting here. At the very least, we can sit on this wall and at least start getting information about what's happening over here. We can get a better idea on, like, generally what's happening in, like, this area and stuff. But, like, we just have we're just giving away a lot of space and a lot of information by just sharking in this area. And even if you're in goal, you know, if you're scared, which when you get this pick, you probably, it should allow you to move forward. Yes, someone could be pushing over here, and that is something you have to be considerate of. Even if your end goal is to sit in this type of situation, we can still move a little bit more forward and get more information and not, we don't have to jump up and commit. If we climb to a wall, we don't have to commit to the wall. We can climb the wall for information and then go back into this position like a second later. But that type of information and getting into the habit of, you know, because when you're stuck here, like when you're just sitting in the pit, you're sitting in the pit. That's your only decision. If you move up to this wall, you have options. You know, I can play on the covered area over here. I can move up toward grade if I want to. I can play on top of snipe if I'd want to. I can push on top of spinner. I can maybe even maneuver around, which I wouldn't do in this spot, obviously. But, you know, it gives you opportunities. And then you also have the opportunity. I can just move back if I need to. But we don't give ourselves any options by just, like, sitting in one place and not trying to move forward at all. I can kind of understand not using wall here just because you don't want to give away your position. So I'm okay with no wall in this situation. I think there's a lot of spots so far this game that you probably could have gotten value out of your wall, but I'm okay with you not using it here. See, now we move forward, and like, it's super minor, but really quickly when you're climbing this wall, like you can see just like the difference of this situation. It's like right here, and you could see a little bit better a second ago, but like you get to just see a lot more over here. You can see what's happening top mid. Like you can feed the information to your team. Because if you see that there's no one over here and like they're all committing to the left side, that's information that like your ballpoint wants. That's information that like your team wants. And we can't get that info from playing down here. But we can be here and just very quickly drop back into position to fight when we're ready for it. Oh no, the 52 fall off. This is tough. How's our team positioned here? We just have control of mid. Alright. That's a funny ending, but that's fine. Actually, from a high level perspective, I'm interested in how we play this. Because I don't think that we sit in pit at the end there if our team is playing in mid. I don't think we... Look at that pick. Yeah, they all jump over here. Yeah, that's kind of tough. Just BP in mid, yeah. No, I kind of... We'll look at it through your point of view, because it's hard. Like, a lot happens very quickly. And I don't blame you for... Like, I feel like we're too much in the fight in these situations. Like, obviously this play, really good. All this really good. Able to get the pick, awesome. So the first thing I would say in this situation... So I'm sure you're responding to your Tetris saying that there's someone playing right. I think after you get this pick, I think you can like climb on top of here and just play on great. You can help right from great because you can like climb on top of snipe if you want to. But you get a better vantage point versus playing like directly here, if that makes sense. Because like Tetra in this type of situation, especially given the context of this match where you have a lead, there's only 15 seconds left and you've just basically secured tower. In this kind of situation, like Tetra doesn't need you like immediately behind them. If Tetra's calling for help, they should be calling for help, basically saying like, I can distract them, but there's like people over here. You know, I see 3 people jumping in kind of thing. Like there's definitely like, oh, I need to respond to that. But we don't need to like play the lowest level possible. We can take space because we know that these people are jumping in. Like part of the context of us getting them off of tower means that left side is like temporarily safe for us. Like we get this pick pushing up here is a little bit dangerous. But again, climbing up this wall and starting to get information on where the rest of these people are helps a ton. And I don't know when you get fed the information from the Tetra that they need assistance, but regardless of whatever they're saying, you can do it from up here. Because you need to know in this next phase, we need to know how the enemy team is positioned. And if we're sitting on this wall, we can see where, you know, if 52 is like maneuvering around, and we can start getting paint. Because we don't necessarily need to take a fight over here. They need to get over to the tower. So if we just like sit up here, or if we sit on grate and we throw a wall down, like they have to flood in through this way. And like your Tetra should, which they're like backing up, but like they don't need to like push forward here. They just keep backing up, and if they continue to push through, then you can end up helping. But you don't necessarily want to stack two people fighting over here. It's just like, it's very dangerous. And that's how this thing kind of like spirals. Because if you were already on high ground, you could start painting this area while the other people are jumping in. Maybe you get a pick, maybe you get damage on the 52, but you get a lot of paint in this area, and you kind of establish like more control than like what you have now. Because this person comes through, they can't get punished. This person, they tried the fight as well, they're unpunished. This person's gotten behind your team because you were slow to respond, trying to rotate through this right side. And all of this is happening when like they need to get on tower over here. Like it was good of your BP to be able to get their jet out and be able to like zone them off, but I think we can avoid at least immediately getting splatted. There's a chance that 52 just like beams you, and like if it happens, it happens. But I think in these types of situations, we want to be a little bit more focused on staying alive and focused on like top control, focused on positioning ourselves into higher positions. So for me, that would be like that'd probably be my biggest thing that I've seen out of like this whole gameplay. I think your like squeezer, mechanically aiming and shooting with squeezer is very good. But there's a lot of things that we could be doing a little bit better. So the first thing I'm gonna say, and this isn't necessarily ordered in priority, but I just kind of want to talk through it. Just gonna say like your splash wall / utility, like they're just part of your kit that you're not utilizing. And I'm gonna assume that you're relatively new to Squeezer, at least in Splatoon 3. But we need to implement the wall a lot more. When there's someone that's like, you know, if we're sitting here and we know mid is like completely clear, and we see people dropping and starting to push this way, like we should never die in this situation. And it's not, oh, we shouldn't die because, oh, I missed shots, that should never happen. It's, oh no, like we have utility on our weapon and we have a full ink tank that we can't use in this fight. There's no reason for us not to get this wall down. There's just no reason. We don't have to play off of it. We can throw that wall down and we can start rotating up like toward the top of mid and get a different angle. I don't care how you play it, but there's no reason why we don't get a wall down in that type of situation. And at least start playing around in that way. So just start working that into your habit. It's probably lower on the tier list, so I probably should have waited till later, but it's something I wanted to just before I forgot. There's a lot of spots on Great, which Great might like getting a good wall on Great might require you to go into like recon mode, for example. I don't know how hard it is. I don't play wall weapons. But that might be something that like as you're moving forward and like you're climbing either defensively, if you're climbing onto the wall, or if you're jumping into the enemy's side and throwing a wall down, like a wall would have helped you a lot fighting in pit, fighting their window. And just giving you more confidence to establish control into the snipe area. It might be an easy, just throw it, but it might require a certain setup. I'm not really sure. I'd practice it, you know. But yeah, probably the biggest thing is it's the whole like move / take space. With an advantage. There's just so many opportunities that your team, like, plays go poorly because you don't take space fast enough. The opening is a perfect example. You'll have a 3v1, it's Squeezer, it's Zap in a ballpoint against, and one of y'all have to sit on tower, sure. But at the very worst, it's a 2v1 and the BP should be getting fall-off shots in this area against a junior. And you should have the confidence. You should have the confidence to be able to push the junior in that situation. When you get the, so like, you know, when you're firing over at the junior here, the first thing you should know, like, what they're trying to do. You know, they're probably not going to take this fight because why would junior do that? Realistically, they're either going to try to take height or they're going to back off completely. But you should be taking this space as well. So you should play it and assume that they're going to climb up top. And you work with your Zap to be able to take control of this area. But we just sit on tower. Like, when you get an advantage, it gives you time, but it's important to use that time. And just sitting on tower and waiting for the enemy team to funnel back in isn't like a good use of your time, if that makes sense. It's important for you to use that time and like move forward, take space. You know, same thing when you end up wiping the splash over here. If you end up making the correct decision, you just do it a few seconds slow. And because you were like, I mean, it was probably 5 or 6 seconds at least too slow. But even if you were like 3 seconds slow, that would have made the difference. Like, it was 1 or 2 seconds that made the difference between between the 52 getting in position to fight, like to take a 1v1 with, I think it was your Zap. And it also, you know, you missed the window to bully this Stamper. And so instead of you bullying either of these two options, you're now getting bullied. Like this 52 is taking a free 1v1, which your team's at advantage. That shouldn't happen. And you're getting bullied by the Stamper, which you had the potential to get into position faster than them. That shouldn't happen. And those are things like, that's probably the biggest thing that I would take away from here is the second that you have an advantage and there's something in your head that's like, I need to start moving. Like, I know I can start moving forward. You might not know the best way to approach it. That's a spot I'm in. I know that I need to take space in spots, and you just have to commit. It's okay to make, like, I'd rather you aggressively make the wrong decision when you're trying to take space with that you know you can take, and you make the wrong decision and you feed and you throw the game, especially in a scram, like, who cares? It's much more important to do any of that than, you know, just hesitate. I'm sitting on tower, and then, you know, once our whole team is in, then we can figure out what to do. That's the thing I started focusing on the past couple of days. I realized I have a habit of sitting and painting mid when we have advantage. Yeah, it's a very common thing. Whenever like we have, like, it's like, oh, we have numbers, we have mid control, like, we're chilling. If it was zones, we're super chilling. Just don't die, forehead. Excellently said. And thank you for the hydrate. Also, how's your salmon run going? Yeah, those, exactly how you put it, that's times that we need to move forward. I think the same thing happens when you're sitting in pit over here. We need to move forward. So like defense, at least start out, move forward. Even without committing. Like, if you have enough space and you see an opportunity to move forward, by all means go for it. But if you're unsure of what to do, if you have a numbers advantage, you shouldn't just be sitting here. You know, there was the one point in the match which we probably could have played it a little bit better, but like, you sat here because tower was moving over here and they overloaded tower over here and they had a crab, so we're scared to move forward because we don't want to die to crab and throw the game. I can kind of understand. We probably can min-max this a little bit, but I was totally fine with the way that we played it. You know, we had the shark, we had an opportunity to get the pick. That's fine, but once we get those picks, we need to look to take high ground. I think we're too comfortable, like, because we were in, like, on defense, basically always, we were just, like, sitting in this pit. And it's okay to end up here, but if we have room to take this wall, we take this wall. If we take this wall and move back, I'm totally fine with that. I'm okay with your end goal being in one of these spots. Ideally, if we can move farther forward or if we can take a high ground position, then we can get alternative angles versus, you know, I have to hit a bunch of shots because tower's almost flipping lead. E40 for strength and joints for the final push. Good luck, good luck. I believe. But it's really important to try to take as much space as we can. Because you'll see teams do that all the time. When I watch like higher level players like a Jared or something, when they're backing up, like they'll back up and immediately look to take a fight. Like, okay, that, you know, oh, their teammates went down. They're like, you know, it's a 2v3 or a 2v4. It's like, oh, I got to back up. But, you know, they might sit here and like look for an opportunity to fight on the grate. Or they might like back up here and like look for an opportunity. If the opportunity isn't there, you just keep pushing back. Or if you have to fully retreat, you fully retreat. That's totally fine. But your brain should always be like, is there an opportunity for me to do something at any given moment? And even if it's uncomfortable, even if you're going to feed, it's something that we have to, you know, it goes back to the min-maxing. How do we get out of mid-level? We have to start min-maxing and, you know, give ourselves flexibility, give ourselves opportunity to make plays, to stay alive. You know, don't think of things as binary, I guess, of like, oh, I have to play super defensive, or oh, I'm, you know, holding forward and fully committing the push. You're playing a QR build? Oh, yeah. I don't know about the QR build. I think your playstyle was fine. We could have refined it significantly, but I think the way that you played it was totally fine. The last thing that I would say is with lead, and that could be a number lead, you know, like we have a score advantage. It was like, I think we was like 32 to like 34 or something. Like we had like a small lead, which is fine, but it can also be like peen advantage. Like if we have full control of like mid or whatever, give jumps. I think we should be putting a big effort on like giving your team jumps. This also, like, I don't know how often you play with anyone else in all of this, but like there was times where like your BP is just like way too greedy, like sitting on tower, when they can just back up, like just leave tower over on this general area. It can go back to mid, it doesn't matter, but just sit in mid, hold down this area, like hold down these general areas so they can't just take mid for free, and then let your teammates that died like jump into, and then you like restart basically. But we like kept forcing fights when we didn't need to, and like we had good defense to hold, but like we very well in a lot of these positions could have like totally lost the game in a lot of these spots because we fully wiped basically. Avoid full wipe. And then kind of another bullet point for this. I'm just going to put it for the jumps, but it goes with other things as well. This is mainly referencing that final point, but there's a lot of points in the match where this happens. But like if you're going down, like you should be thinking out loud of, not thinking out loud, but like you're thinking of like, you know, am I jumping in the mid because we still have control? We technically have numbers. Like, do I jump in the mid or do I swim in? And I think toward the end, I think part of the reason why you decided to swim in was because your teammates weren't in a safe enough position for you to be comfortable to jump in. I think it was totally fine for you to jump in. Your teammates just weren't in a position to give you a jump. So if you find yourself in that type of situation where like, oh, we have mid control, but no one's in position for me to get a jump safely, because I'm assuming you're not running stealth jump. Oh, you were running stealth jump. Okay, well, there's no excuse there. But even still, just tell your teammates when you're dead, like that's why you want to start doing these things the second that you go down. If you need to give information about that fight, do that first, obviously, that's more important. But like, you know, a second or two after you go down, by the time you can pop open the minimap, you should start analyzing, you know, is our team like, can we hold control? Do I want to jump in? Do I want to swim in? Do I need to build special? There's a lot of things that you need to be thinking about, but whatever you need from your team, communicate it. Sorry, there's sirens. 1 second. Just want a 3v4 losing in clams. Let's go. To get 25? Nice, nice. Congrats. But yeah, let your teammates help you. If your teammate is focusing on like, you know, people that are potentially pushing them and everything, they're not going to know. But you tell them, hey, and be like as specific as possible. You know, just say like, hey, like Zap or BP, I need a jump. You have enough information on your minimap, you should be able to tell specific. Don't give like choices. Just say like in this position, like Zap was like, I think they were like kind of playing like up here and then they like dropped down here. But just say, hey Zap, I need to jump mid. You know, and then that lets the ballpoint know that their Zap's gonna back off. And you can also tell the team like, wait for me to jump in before we start like pushing. Like let's just hold mid until we're back, then we can push with Jet. But we need to. There's an opportunity for us to come up with a game plan in this type of situation, but we really need like these are the important comms. The positional stuff and whatever is helpful in situations, but these are like the actual important comms of like what your teammates need to do in order to help. And you have to be confident enough and you have to be willing to tell your teammates what to do in those types of situations. Because when you're dead, like you have God mode, you can see, you know, where stuff's getting painted. You can see the position of all your teammates. You have nothing to control. So you can kind of like be the brains and everything. And also like you just got splatted. And like, especially when you get splatted by like the splat bomb or whatever, like your teammates aren't going to necessarily they're not going to be able to react to that. Cause it's like, you know, oh, why did my teammate die into mid? Like there was no one pushing them. So like they can kind of just assume, okay, we're ready to push. And they're looking for an opportunity to move forward. And that's why your Tetra's looking for a reef slider and stuff. But the second that you go down, if you can like, you know, and that's where timing really matters. If you can tell your teammates, you know, oh, I went down, like just hold mid, wait for me to come back. Then, you know, we have 3 specials. We can use them when I get back. And so that, you know, they're not looking to jump in. They can be sitting here and waiting, but you know, you say that, say Zap, give me a jump. You get your jump in and then your teammates are ready to go. Zap gets cooler down in this area. While your team is waiting for you to jump in, everyone has a cooler, you're chilling, then your inkjet can get into a position to like start attacking. Or, you know, there's like a minute left or something, minute and a half. Just hold mid for the rest of the game. However you want to play it. Again, I don't care. We can cross that bridge when we get there. But those are the types of communication that you really need to be like talking to your team with. And like let them know. We need to know as a team like how we're using our resources. How we're using these specials and all the utility and stuff. So hopefully that makes sense. If you have any other questions, please let me know. But overall, you know, again, I think you played it really well. But that attention to detail and really understanding where you need to be and like how you get value in these games. So I think when you can just find like your max range squeezer fights, like you're chilling, but not every decision is going to be that comfortable. And when you need to move up a little bit, but you don't know where the enemy team is, like that's where you don't want to just sit in your pit and just like kind of wait for things to happen. Like move forward and take space. If you can't do that, at least start getting paint around areas where they may push you, you know? So make sure you're getting paint on top of your snipe. Make sure you're getting paint on top of your spinner. You know, get a wall down if you're scared they're going to drop on you. But do everything you can to try to help the rest of your team. And again, those little like moments of min-maxing is really important. Yo, what's up, Sans? Welcome in, welcome in. Because I think mechanically, and dude, this is the thing about most like, this is like most low level and most mid level. It's like everyone's like good at the game. People just are, some people are more communicative and, you know, may potentially, there's like small things that you can do with when it comes to specials. Like it's just the attention to detail. That attention to detail is what kind of pushes you. Knowing when you can shark, knowing how you want to use your specials, knowing when you can just sit in mid and just hold control, and you don't have to push and threaten ever wiping. And like, how do we do that? How do we move the tower enough to potentially look for opportunities, but also guarantee that we're never going to wipe by moving the tower? And those are skills that you have to really practice with, and ideally playing with a full team consistently like helps. Because if you're constantly, that's like one of the problems with pickup culture, is that you don't get to practice these things, and that stinks, you know. That's why I hate playing with pickups. I love people in the community. I hate injecting newness into the, I mean, sometimes it can be beneficial, but like I don't like playing with new people every tournament or every week, or you know, whatever the case is. Like a lot of times I'll just see people like constantly like, and sometimes they'll play with like the same people consistently, but even just throwing one new variable like changes the whole dynamic of the team, and it doesn't allow you the environment to work on those finer details. Because this person's coming in, unless you give them like a full, you know, brief of how, like if they don't think about the game the same way that you do, in the way that the rest of your team does, then you're gonna throw them into your system, and it's not gonna make sense. There's gonna be a lot of issues with the way that everyone's playing everything, and that's going to be very problematic just holistically. And that's why I always say people should like find people that they want to play with and like really focus on those details, because that's the difference. Once you're good at the game and you understand these things, pickups aren't as bad. And thank you, Fantar, I appreciate that. But speaking of Fantar, like a player like Fantar has a lot of knowledge of the game, very smart, plays with a lot of top level players all the time. So there is like, it's such a small community of very active high level players that, and people still have different ways that they want to play the game. And that's why when top players do pickups, sometimes they'll still struggle as well. But if you think about it, like apparently like Japan, I think has a lot of like pickup culture with their top players, but they have like a very good understanding of like the same way that everyone else wants to play. So injecting someone else, like if you have 10 people that all have the same way that they think about the game, then it doesn't matter who's playing. You know, at that point you can kind of determine weapon comp and everything else. Wait, Sun Z still here? This is probably the last review I'm going to be able to do tonight. I can do a lot more tomorrow. I'm going to play Mode Cup in the morning, but after that I'll probably do a longer stream and just kind of do some stuff. But don't think there'll be much to review. It's mainly the ending. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. Gotcha. Playing with a consistent group is a lot better than pickups. Yeah, that's what I like. And I mean, again, there's no right or wrong way to enjoy this game. Some people enjoy just like talking with new people and just, you know, if you're not looking to like fully improve and stuff, and you can improve in pickups, but it requires people to be very, you have to go out of your way to like ask those questions beforehand. You need to get a good, you have to like read the room and like pick up vibes from like what the rest of your team's doing. It's like the same thing in solo queue, where like when you go into a solo queue match, like the first 30 seconds, minute and a half, you should be like analyzing like what your teammates are doing, what the enemy team's doing, and like you have to start figuring out and like adapting to that new situation. Because that, you know, if you're expecting your team to play one way and they're not playing that way, then, you know, there's going to be a lot of friction in the way that that whole situation kind of plays itself out. So yeah, no problem. If you have any other questions, please let me know. But yeah, like I said, your squeeze is really good. Definitely try to implement walls more, but I think the biggest thing for you is just, like you're saying, like you summed it up really nicely. You need to work on being more decisive and like being aggressive when there's an opportunity to do so, just do that. I don't care, you know, lose 200 points in solo queue, lose that scrim, and you know, over time you should be able to get a lot more benefits. But like, even if it costs you losing a bunch of stuff, I don't care. You have to get through that phase. That's like the next iteration. Me in the finals. I'll watch y'all in the finals. Our team's actually pretty good in zones, but we're playing, I think, with a sub for part of it. Obviously our team is not quite that good. I would love to. I think there's room for us to get upsets, but I don't think we'll be making it to the finals. But I look forward to watching you all, and hopefully we can put on a good show at the end of it all. But you know, all of those EU time tournaments, all the killers come out, and there's a lot of really good players, and sometimes Japan shows up as well, and it's just like, whew. But I'm excited. It's always a fun time. And there isn't a lot of environment for us to play a ton of just zones. I feel like the community's kind of decided that they hate zones. Like tournament organizers and a lot of weeklies and stuff. So a lot of the tournaments that get played, like zones, just kind of gets neglected, which makes me sad because I love that. Love the mode. But it's my own personal bias. But yeah. Like, cause at the beginning of the game, like people had a bias towards zones, and usually like the first match was like zones in like every set. But yeah. Suns doesn't submit a round, we're both in. I'll cry. Where are you in this game? I'm crying for you, Fizzy. I feel like people realize that we were putting too much effort into zones, and now they're trying to get rid of the bias. Yeah, I think that's fair. But I've seen a lot of people like just it's interesting. There's no right or wrong answer. Like, you feel what you feel, you know? But I hate that people don't like zones. I feel like the people that don't like zones, just there's part of the mode, which again, I could be totally wrong. Like, people can like whatever they like, but I feel like there's like a certain part of zones that people just don't understand that's causing the hatred. But that's probably me just coping. I don't know. I love zones. I think it's so interesting. More than Tower and Rainmaker. Yeah. Like, for me, it's like zones is significantly better than the other modes, but like Clam Blitz is like, you know, I have so this is like, oops. This is my tier list of like, but it's in the form of a line chart. This is zones. Love it. Clam Blitz is probably like here. Also love it. Like Rainmaker is probably like down here. And then TC is probably like down here. Like, give me these, but give me this. This is in the heart tier. We love zones. Man, I'm okay. Rainmaker probably is like maybe up here instead, but I don't mind playing all of them. Like, all of this is like happy. I enjoy playing this game. I enjoy every mode and everything, but I hate that zones just gets neglected. I hate playing a set against a good team and a team that I really want to like prove myself or whatever, and like I'm playing Rainmaker on a terrible map and I'm playing TC on a terrible map, and it's just like we didn't really get a chance to like, I don't know. Which again, if you're gonna be good at the game, you should be good at everything. But I don't know. Zones is always just interesting to me. But I understand why people don't like it, but I also think they're like slightly wrong. LDE makes me like zones a lot less. Is that fair? Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah. I mean, I also just use LDE. just fight them with the same thing. Shoot, what are you playing? Oh yeah. Why do I even ask? Of course you're playing Tetris. Play Tetris. This is X. I don't know what rank this is. I think you said like 2K or something. Around 19 hundo. Alright, sick. I think I played decently well. I want to know if there's anything I could have done better to try to set up positioning to stop pushes. Heard. Alright, ooh, what is this? I just played this. This is gross. No, I'm kidding. Alright, Rainmaker on this map. You know, it's a very linear approach. There's only one way to start moving the Rainmaker. Technically two if you go up here. But no one goes up here. Fighting for mid in this area, like in this map, is scary in a lot of scenarios. Usually the fights kind of just take place over in these areas. But, because there's like no... Mid is so large on this map because there's no cover in middle. That's where Rainmaker is. I ironically like this. Like almost, yeah, Inkblot I'm fine with as a map. See, in solo queue, I'm totally fine with playing this map mode in solo queue. I don't really enjoy it in competitive. But I don't think honestly I don't know if I've ever played this in competitive. I can't lie. I cannot lie. Teos need to take Rainmaker Scorch Gorge out of map list. I kind of like it. I don't know. It's fine. I love Scorch Gorge though. I do think, as with a lot of Rainmaker maps, it gets super stally. But yeah, I don't know. I would definitely play any zones map over Rainmaker Scorch, but that's just my own personal bias. It's all stacks, especially with the leader on both teams. Oh, true. Yeah, we didn't even look at the comps. All right. Anyways. So yeah, in this match, we're playing Tetris. Of course, yeah, you know, us crab players, we know what we like. But so yeah, on this, we are looking at, I don't even know where to begin. So Tetra, Brush, T-Tech, pretty aggressive. As Suns very nicely mentioned, there are leaders on both teams. Leader traditionally is kind of sketch in the Rainmaker. There's certain maps where it's okay. I don't know how it plays on this map with the Rainmaker. I think it's okay. But like Museum Rainmaker, I think E-Leader's like fine. Is it optimal, especially in a ballpoint meta? I don't know. In some ways, no, but in some ways, Inkjet and Ballpoint makes it a little bit more viable. But yeah, solo queue is going to give you what it gives you. But we have a very aggressive core. We have 2 bombs that we're working with when it comes to pop, versus the enemy team. They have just the 1, right? I don't even... Oh, they have a torpedo. Does torpedo do full lethal damage to the Rainmaker if they throw it at it? I actually don't know. But they might have 2 bombs. If it doesn't, then I think we probably get pop. But I don't know. I probably would go for pop. I don't know. Alright, no one's running Object Shred. I thought they had it. Gotcha. It's a little bit scary because they're more willing to commit to the pop. So the other thing they have to think about in this map mode is that going for pop at the beginning, which we saw in one of my X-Rank matches, where like I drop for pop, and even if I don't die for it, like 3 of us were sitting over here, they get the pop, and like they take space and they have this giant mismatch. So you have to be careful. The one nice thing about their comp is that they have a wall to be able to throw down, and they can commit to this even if they're potentially losing it. But, you know, Dapples gets it very fast. I would... This is tough. I think I slightly give us a slight advantage, but I could be wrong here. I could be wrong. But in general, just final thing I'll say about this. Light Tetra, Zipcaster, I want us to be focusing on leader. Same thing with this brush. They're probably going to Zipcaster focus on our leader. but we're gonna have a hard time, especially with everything else on it. Like outside of leader v leader, we're the only thing that can really influence getting to the back line. So if there's an opportunity for us to push the leader with our special, I think that would be a very smart target to deal with. You like my first zip? I'm excited, and then I see the ... and maybe I'm not as excited. But yeah, you go for this type of play, which I'm totally fine with. Again, it's a little bit scary in this mode, because if your teammates commit to the pop expecting full force, then you might not be able to get it. But I like this play quite a bit. Able to stay alive, pretty important. Your teammate, I don't like that your teammate's fighting. I don't blame you though. I blame your teammate for continuing the fight when you back up versus you in that spot. But I would rather you fight with your teammate, but I'd rather them just not take that fight. Now we have anime battles. Oh wait, this zipcast is sick. That's tough. I don't know if we need to take this fight though. Like, I know you want to cover your jump, but I don't know. That's tough. It's hard to say immediately. Like, using the zip to stay alive is really good here. But in this type of situation, I wonder if it's better for you to like zipcaster this way. Or like up here. And like try to get high ground and look for an opportunity to dive this person. I don't know. I understand why you went for the dapples, and I don't know the right play. If X-Ray was still here, I'd be interested in his thoughts. But I don't blame you going for the 1v1 to try to survive. But you do have a role when you come out, so like you might be okay. It's just scary either way. The one nice thing, like if your leader was set up, you going for this play, like the best thing you can do for your leader, this is for people, like if you don't play with chargers, the best thing you can do for your charger is to have a dually use all of their roles out in the open. So if you take this fight with your leader not coming out of spawn and instead like up here, something that can actually watch it, this is like a massive galaxy brain kind of play, because you don't need to win this fight. Every time that this person uses both of their roles, your charger has an opportunity for a free pick. So in that case, I really like it. But in the context of the way this plays out, I think like this first zipcaster is sick. I'd probably just continue it onto their plot, just be annoying. Because your team like lost the early scrap, and I'd rather us slow down these people over here than like try to win this fight. But both plays make sense. I don't hate either of them. And your teammates do get a pick, which is kind of nice. But yeah, I'm conflicted. I would need a Tetra specialist to talk through it, but my instinct and intuition tells me that jumping somewhere onto their plat, you don't have to like take a fight, but just get that high ground, get information, and then figure out what you want to do next. To me, that feels like it makes more sense. I'm gonna be honest, I just watched you take fights and die. I didn't process a single thing that just happened. Jumping in behind cover is good. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's just 52 moment. I would say like, oh, maybe we could not take the fight, but you got 52'd. It is what it is. That shouldn't deter you from like, you know, you don't want to play scared of the 52 for the rest of the game because of that kind of thing. Like that happened, we move on. Somehow we stay alive there. Nice. Nice. So one thing that I do want to say in this kind of situation though, I don't know how you stay alive. In this spot, I don't know why we're doing this. Like we just immediately, like we want to get on top of this person. We're like zipping behind them like it's a chase out of a Spider-Man movie or something. I thought it was a shot. Oh, okay. I gotcha. But either way, like you have to think from their perspective, where do they, even if it's a shot, like where do they want to sit, you know? Like I'd rather just keep them somewhere in mid so that your team can like mess with them potentially. Reviewing solo queue, is it worth it? I think it depends on, so I think the answer is yes. There's always value you can get in solo queue. The value is going to depend on the player. I don't know if a lot of top level players will get a ton out of just reviewing solo queue games. If it is high quality games, like if you are, you know, playing against top 500 of like Japan and stuff, I think there are a lot of interesting things that you can take from it. Because at least from my perspective, because I watch, and again, I'm not on the same level. I'm very much like a low mid-level player kind of area. But if like I get a lot of value watching like Chocopero or watching Kurokuro or watching Melon or Clicks like play solo queue. I think there's a lot you can take away. And, you know, depending on the player, there's different things that you can potentially analyze. But, you know, a lot of people come in with different skill levels, different goals with the game. If your goal is to improve in solo queue, like if you're not trying to play competitive and like with teams and stuff, if you just want to get like top 500 or if you want to push to X rank, or, you know, if you're just starting ranked and you just need to know where to start, then I think watching solo queue can definitely be beneficial. To the Snookums. Yeah. So there's definitely value. It just depends on like what value you're going for. Analyzing like coordinated team pushes in solo queue probably isn't the best thing to think about, but there's a lot of like micro decisions that you can look at. And like recently, like when I watch a lot of top shooter players in Japan, like the way they play around ledges, at some point I want to do a VOD review of like I just want to, because a lot of times they'll stream like a solo queue rotation, for example, and I would love to just, because I watch them on my own, I think it'd be a good learning exercise to like do that on stream and just kind of like the different things that I pick apart with the way that they play the game can be beneficial. But, you know, you have to find the right thing for that. And a lot of like game planning, because a lot of times when I talk through solo queue reviews, and it'll depend on the skill level, but you know, I'm not really focusing on like game plans and everything. There's general ideas that people should have of the game that can help no matter what environment you play in. But, you know, I'm not going to complain that, oh, like we didn't coordinate with our like Cooler Inkjet. You can coordinate in solo queue, but it's like I'm not going to be super focused on it because, yeah, it's not the right environment for it. But it is an interesting question. I do think that there is quite a bit of value, but you just have to know what you're looking for, and it varies depending on like your skill level. Because a lot of the stuff that I discover, if you're at a high enough level, like if Kiver was watching certain stuff, it's like, yeah, Kiver probably knows a lot of, you know, a lot of the things to discover, but it can't hurt. But anyways, the thing that I wanted to point out here is that I want us to get in front of the Charger so that we beat them to this slick. Obviously, you mentioned that you were a little bit concerned that they were a shooter. But either way, I like being here and like preventing them from being able to escape, regardless of what weapon it is. Because we have mobility as a Tetra, so even if we do take a fight, we can just kind of roll around and do whatever. And be funny. But perfect timing with the pick, that's sick. So now I'm gonna want us to move forward. You do have to be careful about Charger. But I think we need to start taking space faster. Ouch. So there's a little bit of hesitation here. I think we probably could be taking space and we could have potentially saved our teammate. So Giga pop, I think we immediately start moving left, which we try to do. Like this, whatever we're doing here, I don't know what we're looking for. Maybe you see like the whale or something and you're responding to that. But I think we should probably just be focused on... I think we should be focused on pushing this way. And then again, when you're playing this map mode, it's just like, it's Inkblot in general. When you're pushing Inkblot and you're pushing this right side, you know, very commonly they're going to shark on top of this area. They're going to shark up here. Like we want to be push into this area and like check these spots. Also, we have to be a little bit careful. There's a good chance they're not sitting in this area. They could be hovering around the first goal, so we could check that potentially. But we need to start taking this type of space. Because if we push up, like we can work with our brush. And like, you know, this brush just kind of dies for free, where we could have potentially helped. I think they still pushed it too fast. This person I think is just feeding. I thought a torpedo got launched at me. Oh, interesting. But yeah, when we do go for these types of plays, we probably do want to. And that's the nice thing about positioning. If you position in this type of spot faster, while your teammates are dealing with this 52 that's coming in, that gives you time to start checking and painting for like these little common shark spots. You know, you can kind of sit here and just poke at your max range on this area and like automatically like back up. I knew the apple was there, just didn't paint around there. Oh, okay. I would expect them to be sharking somewhere. I don't know if I knew specifically where they were, but yeah, that's where you can be annoying and still be pretty safe. Because you're also like throughout all of that, you'd be outside of the range of your you cut off the angle from the leader. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about pop here. This is where I would move forward instead of worrying about pop. Let your teammates do it so you can get to plat as fast as possible. Yeah, I was gonna say you're probably looking for a zipcaster opportunity. I like that you get behind the booth. Oh. I'm probably jumping out here, but that's fine. I think the dapples there probably should have been doing what I was telling you to do before, where they should be more aggressive and start painting for you. But yeah, I'm okay with you staying there. Because we probably give up lead if you jump, but the game doesn't snowball. Potentially. Okay. There's a lot of decisions happening here. Yo, Setu. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. How was your game, sir? I'm assuming you were playing. Maybe you were doing some reviews as well. If you all do not know, Setu is I don't know if I'm actually pronouncing your name correctly. Apologies if not, please correct me. But they are a better competitive gamer than I am. Very knowledgeable. They play a lot of backline, and they have a very distinct, not style, but like they just never die. They play in a way where they're just like, they're the most frustrating backliner to play against because they never overstep. Like they'll pressure you and move forward when they can, but it's tough. Might have come across a blaster with HP hacks. What? I hope there's a Twitter clip that I can gather some evidence. I'm fascinated. That's good to hear. Well, not the hack stuff, but posted later on Twitter. I'm excited. Hopefully it'll just latency, because I don't want to have to deal with cheaters and stuff in this game. At least something as blatant as that, but yeah, I feel yeah. But yeah, definitely check out Setu. They're especially if you play any kind of backline. Like, because they play a variety of backline, but just like their mentality, their spacing, their positioning, it's so just solid. You can learn quite a bit from set 2. I think I did the Zipcaster distract for a bigger lead. Hit him 6 consecutive bow shots. Oh no. Please buff that weapon. I got you. That's miserable. But yeah, right now we're just kind of going over some VOD reviews. Yeah, in this situation, so the first decision point here, there's a couple of different decision points here. The first thing that I would mention is like you'll find this pick, and you end up getting the brush. So the first thing that I would mention here is that you don't have to, yo Sage, welcome. You don't have to, like, you can take their plat for free. It's just the charger left, and like, yes, the leader can, technically they can kind of hit you in this type of situation, but if you move fast enough, you should be fine. So generally I would like to take space. However, this actually probably is a good Zipcaster, simply because you alleviate any pressure on charger potentially splatting your Rainmaker. And especially in solo queue, this is probably the best opportunity for you to get value with your Zipcaster. So the more I think about it, I probably would err on the side of Zipcastering here, just because I want Rainmaker to at least like get it to 40 or deeper without any, like, no ands ifs, or, you know, like it is consistent. So that's decision point 1. I'm fine with either decision, but I think it's fine. Decision point 2 is, do we continue on and harass the E-leader, or do we look to play this play over here? In my humble opinion, I like us continuing on to the leader, just because there's a lot more of a threat of leaving the leader up. Because you have to think about it in the context of the rest of this match, and I could be wrong. Like, this isn't a bad play. This is not like a throw play or anything. I could be convinced that it's the better play, but I don't think it is now. I think we really want to get this pick on the leader. It alleviates a lot of pressure. Because the other thing that we have to think about in this context is that there's Rainmaker and one of them's a leader, but you have at least someone that can push with the Rainmaker and fight this. And like, your whole team can fight the Dapples. And if you take your attention off the leader, then like, leader gets to move. But the second that they see you commit to this play, the leader's back. And the thing that you were trying to prevent at the beginning, they have an opportunity to do stuff. Either could have maybe turned around and splatted after I zipped away. Yeah, that too. But I would rather you just be like, you're taking a very aggressive play. This person's probably also running Respawn Punisher. Oh no, they're not. But we want to keep the leader out of play for as long as possible. Like, yeah, they can snipe us here, but I'd rather just charge it. And then this is the other problem, is that they can see your landing and punish you, which, you know, if you use your entire Zipcaster time to deal with the leader, there's a good chance they're not going to be able to splat you on your landing. It was up bad. But when you change targets, leader now has all this time. It can't be threatened by anyone else on your team. Technically, maybe your leader, but realistically, your leader is going to be repositioning and focused on like the Dapples and stuff already. So you didn't necessarily have to Zipcaster here, but I'm fine with it. But I do think that I like you continually just pressuring the leader. If you don't get the pick, I don't care. I'd rather the leader be back here swimming away when you recall, versus them being in position all the way over here to get a nice shot on you on your recall. But you do get like a It's not a good push by any means, but it's a marginal push. And your team has control of this left side from all the trading. So it's not too bad. I'm very interested to see how we play this. This is so scary. I'm probably avoiding this play altogether. Again, this is me not with Tetra Brain. You know, I'm not a QR gamer, so I don't have the boldness to go for these plays. But especially when your team is down, that's a really nice pick from your leader. When they zipcaster like this, and they do this, my assumption is that my leader is backing up this way. Which means I should be sitting in, like, I should be able to play around here and play toward our side. Because the overall goal is, like, we have a lead. There's not a lot of time left. We want to get our teammates back into play. I don't want to take fights without them. Even if there's, like, a great opportunity, which I think going for this marked person isn't, like, it's fine. But I think contextually, it's a risk that I'm personally not willing to take. But I don't think it's too bad. Do you think I'm backing up too much considering our comp? Like in this situation? So you're saying backing up from this whole first part? Like at this point? Do I think you're backing up too much? Like, do you think that are you asking if you should be playing like something more aggressive versus going over here? Or like at what point? Sort of. Okay. I like the way that you play it. I actually don't know what Light Tetras runs for a build. Even though X-Ray plays it all the time. I don't really check builds all the time. Should double check that. Anyways, I don't know. I like the way that you play this. I think we have an easier time protecting our... I feel like we can protect our leader and stay alive in this type of situation. Versus going aggressive, and yes, maybe we convince two of them to fight over here. 2 subs of SPU, gotcha. Still QR stealth jump, gotcha. So like, yeah. Again, if you did go for an aggressive play instead of backing up this way, if you did this instead, I'm understanding. But I also am okay with them taking control of mid and you backing up with a couple of objectives here. So if you're backing up here, I want you to back up with the intention of A, giving it out to your leader, allow them to back up and reposition here. I don't really care, you know, they'll figure out where they want to go, but have them reposition so that they're able to start helping with the push. The other thing with you backing up is that, well, 2 more things, I guess. Second one, so first one is letting your charger like get out of jail free. They get to go back onto your plat, and if anyone overextends to try to fight them, you're here to help. Part 2 is that your 2 teammates that went down, you're stalling and making sure the enemy team can't push past where they need to go for lead. And you can hold this area until your 2 teammates come back. And especially after this pick happens, which when we start making this decision to go here, we don't know this pick happens. But, you know, we can kind of just play bodyguard with this. That's 2. The third thing, especially with your variant of Tetras, I really want you to be able to start building your special. So part of you surviving in this spot is the fact that you can stay alive and like build special. You can throw, you know, sprinklers, you can get paint in these types of areas. A lot of this area is already painted, but you can stay alive. And by the time that they end up getting some sort of push over here, your team is able to play around your Zipcaster. Not that they're going to push the whole enemy team, but your team can look for an opportunity to do something. Because realistically, if you play it slow, the enemy team should only have like 1 more push effectively. Like 1.5, but realistically, it should just be 1 push. And so you just need, like, in the next like 30 seconds or 45 seconds, you just need to build your special in that time. Just so that when they're finally holding the Rainmaker, you can also dive the Rainmaker potentially too. But you can also dive the Charger, depending on the amount of time left. I'm general in Rainmaker. Never know if it's better to hold forward in control or set up to stop the incoming push. Yeah, it really depends, but I do think that when I look at something like light tetras, I think of it more as a supportive weapon to what the rest of your team's doing. I don't think you have as many resources to be like the super heavy feed kind of role. Like, you are going to play aggressive, but your Zipcaster is a good enough special. And especially, like, it's going to be situational too. But in a match where you identify there's a leader, like, you're always going to have value with your Zipcaster. So just playing it slower to survive helps a ton. But I do think in this kind of situation, I think feeding is really bad. Because if you go down, like, that's the other thing about playing with a leader. So the way this comp should play out, when you have a leader, the leader needs at least one other person alive. Otherwise, it can't play the game. It just can't. If you move forward and like this Dapples drops on you and splats you, this leader can't play the game. And it's probably dangerous for them to jump. Like for your other teammates to jump to your leader as well. So ideally, like, you should be going in and your brush should be going in and your T-Tech can play a little bit safer. But like, if your teammate T-Tech goes down in this type of situation, then you kind of need to play that more responsible role. So again, if you take a fight over here, if you're able to get like over here and like play on the outskirts and drag people's attention toward you, that's a good play. But the other problem with playing over on this side is that they can potentially ignore you. Like, if you play around the stack, they're going to be on top of stack. And you're just going to take a bad fight. And if you push too far to the left side to like drag them over, they're just going to ignore you and they immediately push and you have to jump back and it's like a bad spot. So to me, this play makes a lot more sense. Again, I could be convinced by a Tetra professional to do something different. So I don't like us going for this play. We are playing with our leader, but leader should just be backing up as well. If the leader doesn't want to reposition here, just let them die and just blame them. If you lose the game after because of it, then you just blame them. Like, why are you feeding? Why are you throwing? What is happening? 2 stacks of special saver too. Yeah, I don't know build optimization. I feel like you don't need it though. Final mistake. I don't know if I'll keep it permanently. Yeah, I would consult other Tetra players. I'm sure you could message X-Ray, or I could talk to X-Ray if you have any specific questions. If you don't feel like doing it, but X-Ray is very nice and loves to talk Tetra with other Tetra players. But yeah, builds I couldn't tell you. But they do waste 2 specials on you, so it's like, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, that's the way. Like, I would have preferred us to err on the side of just being safe in this type of situation, but I would have just let leader die, not died myself, and then just blame leader if something goes bad. But I don't blame you at all the way that you play it. Also, nice pick. So in this position, I would want to build my special so that I can attack the E-leader at a very annoying time. I don't like that we don't have special already. I want to always have it in the back pocket to threaten, because now we still need to pain for it. We've missed a bit of a window. I actually would have liked to see us use our Zipcaster a little bit earlier. Like, once they start dropping and committing to this, I want to already be over here. But now if we Zipcaster, there's a chance that this person can start moving forward, and it's potentially scary. You already got to pick on the Dapple, so it's not as bad, but I don't like us just throwing the sprinklers like we did. I want to just paint for special, because we should already have it. Yo. Okay. I didn't know you were nice like that. I don't know about that play. Alright. I don't know about that play. A double was sick though. For the clip? That's fair. That's fair. If you're in solo queue and anything's for the clip, that's a get out of jail free card. But yeah. Yeah, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Okay, the other thing I would say, this part of the Zipcaster, in my opinion, is really bad. Like, really bad. But again, if you're going for the clip, I have to just respect it. So in this spot, we need to get like we need to keep high ground. Which, against better leaders, like the Sun on my team may snipe you for going for two, like for zipping over here or something, or even potentially here. But I don't know. This feels too dangerous. I don't know. It's whatever. I don't know. I don't like this though. Like, I'm okay with distracting them. I just don't. I don't know. It was good shots by them. I can't lie. That was good shots. But yeah. If we're going for the clip, unfortunate. If we want to win the game, we just hold our Zipcaster because it's just the leader left. And we just, like, during all this time, we shore up the paint over here. Or we can push over here, get some paint over here, and just stall them pushing this way. Keep an eye out for the leader and look for an opportunity to push on them. But yeah, but we'll see. Apparently there's a final push, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah, because again, two teammates go down. They shouldn't both be going down. This is bad. In the moment, I said nice lag. I'm so salty I killed in the armor. Yeah, netcode, man. It makes certain parts of this game like really frustrating. One of the satisfying things for me playing a lot of like competitive games, especially with something that movement is so good in Splatoon, like I want to min-max it as much as possible. But like the way that things actually work when it comes to like netcode and stuff, like there's so many clips of like really, really bad. Like on your screen, it is like you look totally fine, but on their screen, like you poke out and stuff. But I don't know. It happens. Anyways, the thing I want to point out in this position, when two of your teammates go down, this is where you need to be the responsible one. I don't know why your leader's playing as aggressive as they are when it's a 2v4. But like your T-Tech should be like... Your T-Tech should be like up here, not down here. But yeah, this whole play, that's a nice shot from your leader. I don't know. I think we need to like focus on staying alive more. Yeah, diving here is this is extra bad because this lead. We'll let it play. We'll let it play. I'm gonna stop pausing. Did we get the comeback? Okay. There's still one more in mid, I think. Okay, we see them. You have to... Okay. Your teammate's gonna die. No. Tough. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. That was a heroic effort at the end. Almost. But yeah, that last play... I mean, the last play was bad from your team, but I think you could have tried a little bit harder to salvage the situation, but I don't blame you. So, a couple things to break down here. Again, this is only my opinion. I don't think that there's there's different ways that you can look at this whole situation, but like this situation's good, this is okay, this is really dire. So in this kind of situation, in order for them to take lead, I don't really know exactly where 58 is. It might be like on Slick. Actually don't know. But I would position to just stall this area. Because you know the enemy team, they get 2 down, they're going to be holding forward. One of them still spawning in, so it's not as bad. But we know they're going to be holding forward. So I want to try to stop them. Which, like, leader gets a really nice pick. This pick is massive. We don't need to be going for something aggressive here, though. In my opinion, I would either play back here or I would look to potentially position myself up here with the option to drop onto the Rainmaker or take this like a wider drop and fight at any given moment. The problem in these spots that's like a little bit uncomfortable is that if we sit here, if we, depending on where the leader is, like we're at risk of this leader. So I don't blame you for wanting to be like more aggressive and just keep moving and like try to play around stack because there's a good chance leader's not going to be able to deal with you. When you get the whale off plat in case I killed someone else. But I could have maybe fed for the Rainmaker kill. So your teammate got the Rainmaker kill is the thing in this situation. So in this spot, the enemy team is getting Rainmaker. In this is like the perfect situation. We need to analyze this whole what's going on in like a fraction of a second. And this is really hard when it comes to Splatoon stuff. So, you know, if we push forward, there's a very small window before this thing explodes and we probably die with it. There's not a lot of great spots. Like the only spot we can really sit in to save ourselves is like the front part of this if we want to be aggressive. Or we play like all the way over here, which we have a harder time getting value. We could still hit them in this spot, but if they start positioning over here, it's less good. But the important thing to note in this kind of situation is that this Rainmaker only has to go like a couple of it. Like it goes like maybe here or something until it gets lead. I don't know where 58 actually is. But like they do not have to take it far. The one benefit in the situation is the fact that they do have to go onto the Slick. And it's not just a pickup, and it's not even just a pickup and roll. It's like a pickup roll, and they still have to move it just a little bit extra. And this little window is important because we can actually like potentially stop this ourselves. Especially with there's like a little bit of time left and you know the enemy team is like feeling the pressure as well. They're feeling awful because like they're losing. Even though they're in a good spot here, it's like scary. Whale does put you in a tough situation, but yeah, with dropping off the plat here is like a throw. Like a giga throw. If we went over the top here, like if we're gonna drop it all, we have to just take a fight, basically. Like there isn't a lot of room to set up something that's like kind of safe and gives us a nice high percentage chance. And this is where you as a player need to make a decision here, which I think you did make a decision, but either like, because I think dropping off here, Rainmaker's pop like really throws off a lot of the plays that you're gonna go for, which is really tough. And like Whale obviously puts a lot of pressure in the moment of like what you need to do and you have to like make a decision quick. But I don't think like if we're going to go for an aggressive play, which I feel like is a less likely chance of succeeding just because of the timing window here, like instead of like going for like this type of stuff, like we just have to like commit. Just your goal is to like find a pick on one of these people and maybe waste enough time so that your teammates are able to get into position to stop this. The problem is that your teammates probably aren't in position to be able to stop this. Yeah. Like, so if you're going for this type of play, even if you get a single pick, the other people can just ignore you and take lead. That's the scary part. And that's why we have to go for like the Rainmaker pick specifically. And if we like, if we're going to try to stop the Rainmaker, we either need to play like right on this ledge, which is scary, and it's going to be extra hard to do because of the whale. So I don't know. This situation's really, really hard. I would probably position, like I'd probably slowly move myself over to like the top of the slick. That way I can just fire down on where the Rainmaker's at. This is a really hard position though. The problem, the play you make is a 0% chance. So a second earlier, if you immediately drop on them, there's maybe like a 20-30% chance. 30 is probably too much. Realistically, it's probably like between 5 and like 15%, maybe 20% max. If instead of like going back this way, if you just immediately jump on them, like maybe there's a chance where like you can get a pop, like get a pick on the 52, and maybe it distracts the leader long enough not to go for the pop to try to spot you. Which if you can, like if you do dive on the front part of this podium and get this pick, you're not going to die to the pop, I don't think. Because it's like the way that the Rainmaker's positioned, you actually don't die to the pop. So there's a chance for you to take a more honest fight here, but we have to like immediately commit to it. And we just like wait a little bit too long. Obviously, like whale is scary and it makes this play really difficult, but we have to commit to a play that potentially wins us the game. So instead of going this way, I think we push farther right. In my opinion, that's how we should be doing this. So again, I think I'm positioning myself generally somewhere in this kind of area, because we shouldn't, with the Rainmaker where it's at, it should pop. If we're sitting back here, we should be chilling. But like the second that it pops, we just have to like, you know, we can dive forward, we can dive in any which direction, but we should just have like the pre-fire ready. Because even if they pick it up, and even if, even if they have a roll, like if they squid roll while they're picking it up, I still don't think that gives them enough distance, and I could be wrong. But just the geometry of the map, I don't think it gives them the distance for 58. It's close though, it's really close. But I do think in this situation, the only option is immediate hero play, but I think the slightly higher odds is hoping that someone on their team is panicked, and you just sit here and pre-fire, and you like they pick it up and they get it to like 62 or something, and then you get the pick, and then that gives your team enough time to go for a play. But it's tough. This situation is very difficult. But yeah, dropping here is just never gonna work out. I'm actually really interested to. I really quickly just want to see for the Rainmaker like how far 58 is. Yeah, okay. So it was actually like at the top of the ramp. So we had even more time than I thought we did. It was like basically like this, somewhere in this little blurby kind of area. But yeah, I think we have to just pre-fire. We know where they're coming from. We know that where they're picking it up. We know what direction they're coming from. We have an opportunity to pre-fire. The timing window is really tough because of all of the whale on you. But I think there's a pretty decent chance. I don't know if it would be greater than 50, or it's probably still like less. It's probably still like a 30 between like, I think you stopping it playing like this is probably somewhere between like a 30 to like 40 or 45% chance. I think your hero play probably, and this is still like, it's hard to really quantify, but I think your hero play, the better hero play that you should have gone for, the play you went for works 0% of the time because none of your team set up. If you go for the hero play and like just go for the triple or something, I think that has like a 15 to anywhere between like a 5 to like 20% chance. And I think sitting somewhere outside of the pop area and just hope that, you know, you can roll around long enough to get a pick before the, you know, the whale potentially catches up on you. You can dodge the whale, but it's like, it's hard in this moment. But I do think this play has like double the odds. It's still not great in your favor. Your team's still in a tough spot. Like this whole play goes bad because your T-Tech and your brush, my voices, your front line just constantly is dying. just always. They should be sitting. So instead of your team feeding the way that they did, they should have been sitting, like, your T-Tech should be sitting up here and just like throwing bombs. And then someone else can be sitting here. Or maybe like Brush can be like really annoying and like try to play on like the outskirts or something. But they have double splat bomb. And they can just double splat bomb and just apply a lot of pressure for the rest of the team to like find opportunities to do stuff. But everyone tries to be the hero and then really throws off this whole situation. Considering this is a more distract Tetris, I had in my head to try to drop and distract. Yeah, you can't distract here. Because you know based off of the timing windows that your Brush is never making it in time. It just is not going to happen. So you can't distract here. You're not wrong, but time and place. And again, time and place for your other two teammates as well. Yes, these are aggressive weapons that can move forward in a lot of spots and take space and be annoying and distract and do all these things. But with, you know, like 20 seconds left in the game, they are two splat bomb users. There are two weapons that can spam splat bombs in an area and just hold. So yeah, in this spot, these people can back up, be safe, just throw splat bombs. You just throw splat bombs. You have a numbers advantage, you throw splat bomb. One of them died the pop, that's tough. Another one got sniped, that's tough. But yeah, just the dynamic of the game is gonna change a lot of stuff. So if you immediately commit to this, there's only two of them over here. So actually increase your odds between like maybe 15 and like 25% actually. At the time of you being able to dive, I give you like, or maybe like 15 to like 25%. Like it is better odds, but I still think you stopping them before they get up top here, or at least be a presence here that stalls them so that they decide not to pick it up so that your Brush can get in time and throw a splat bomb and have an influence in this fight. But yeah, it's tough. Because if you do cross over this and if you start rolling and get caught in the whale and you die in the whale, it feels extra bad. But yeah, we can't go distraction mode in this situation. It is a really hard spot though. But you just pick the play that is like, this is a hard thing, especially in pressure moments. But there's no good options. I think you were trying to like process and find a good option. And so you ended up, it's like right here, you have to process like 24, like you have to process so many little layers of information. And you have like literally a fraction of a second to do it. And this is like when Sam was talking before when they were in here and they were talking about like, oh, I just turned my brain off, which is like, you know, kind of a haha thing. But it's also a real thing as well. But in these types of scenarios, you need to make a decision of, do I go for aggressive play and, you know, which, you know, there is an option where we just immediately dive on this person, but there's so much for us to have to like interpret in the situation. And so now, like, you know, I think you made that decision pretty well. Like I like that decision. And then now you're forced with an even more difficult decision where it's like, you know, they're going to get popped very fast. They're popping special. It's probably going to be on me. There's just a lot of issues in this type of situation. But yeah, you're not going to be in a situation where you can comfortably stay alive and take good fights. I think that's the important thing to determine here is like, there are two, like we be aggressive or we sit and just stall. We let them get pop, we let them get pick up, and we just hope to get a pick or stall them for long enough to not take lead and give our team time to get in. Neither one of those are good. Your team should lose this game on the average. Yo, what's up, Fox Lover? Hello, hello. So you have to join the Discord in order to submit the review. If you can do that for me. That's I need to keep things organized or else I mess things up. But welcome in. And yeah, all reviews are totally free. This is gonna be the last one that I do, Fantar. But if you are around, I think we can definitely fit the scrimmy in because I is a high value review and I enjoy it. But I'm probably not gonna do any more tonight. But I probably can get to it tomorrow. Then we can probably like start off with it. Tomorrow to go through it. But yeah. Anyways. Yeah, Sons, that's kind of the big thing here. Is like this is a bad decision, but like in terms of survival, this is bad and this is bad. This one keeps us safe, but it's also bad because like it's bad for our team. It's good for our survival to have one less death at the end of the match, but is really bad in terms of winning the game. And this just goes back to like turn off your brain and just make a decision. This is where intuition, like a player, the more they study the game, the more they play the game, the more scenarios they get thrown into, their confidence. There's a lot of things that drill down into this type of decision. But like the intuition of a player is to, you know, I have to make a decision immediately. Now is not the time for you to analyze which is the correct decision. Like you have to take in all of the info that's happening in the match. You know, all this stuff up here, this stuff. Like there's a lot of stuff that you have to process, but you don't have time to like weigh into it. This is where like your intuition just has to kick in. And this is something that you'll continue to build as you continue to improve the game. So, you know, I don't fault you for losing the game in this type of situation at all. Your teammates drop the ball on many occasions and you're kind of just not in a good spot. I do fault you for taking a literal 0% chance of winning the game and just letting them, like you avoid the conflict and you let them win. I don't like that. I would like us to make some sort of decision to potentially salvage this game. Make me use a lot of brain power at 7 a.m. Ruh-roh. Hopefully the coffee's kicked in. So many different ways to play this I didn't consider. Yeah. Like the safer version, like, and again, Tetra is going to have an easier time with this more aggressive play. It's still not a good play, but it's still not a high percentage chance play, but it has an easier time because it has rolls. But if I'm a shooter player, I'm either sitting here or again, I'm sitting like on the very back part of this ramp. Like I'm going to start swimming this way. And the second that the Rainmaker gets popped, I'm just going to be pre-firing this area and just surviving. And hopefully someone picks it up and I can stop it in time. But yeah, sometimes we just have to take bad plays. And, you know, if you take one of those, like, if you immediately go for this play and you feed, tough, you know. If you go for this play and you win the game, I would still talk through the same thing of like, it's you, like this play was good and obviously like you popped off to win the game here, but like there's also an option for you to play it a little bit safer just to like deter the Rainmaker carrier from moving forward, and you can avoid dying to the pop altogether. So yeah, a lot to think about. Is tough. I'm actually really interested in the final push because you almost salvaged the game after. Yeah. So brush. And then leader goes down. But they get a jump. And we get pick. Yeah, this person just pushes through. Oh, that's tough. That's so tough. How close were they? I hate that you can't like pause the game if there's like a second left. I hate this. I just want to know how close. I guess I can look at it at the end score. Oh, I forgot. You had to get to 43. How close were they? $51. Okay. Dang. All right. So a couple things to go over here. It's tough. I don't really know what I would want to focus on. I don't think he necessarily made any like critical mistakes necessarily. So I think understanding Zipcaster is something we want to work on a little bit. So like part of that is going to be like E-liter slash like high priority targets. I think you did a good job of identifying them in this game. But I do think in certain situations you like change targets midway through. I think you're too focused in certain scenarios on like, oh, like getting a pick, like this, the leader started swimming away. I can't get that pick anymore. Time for me to go for another pick. I think it's really important for you to understand the value of just like continually pressuring this leader over here. You know, if pushing this person is enough of a high value target to make that change, there will be scenarios where that happens. Where there can be a juicier target in the middle of your Zipcast where you do like change the decision. And I like that you're thinking about those things. But I think we missed out a little bit on the just understanding how crucial preventing the like just taking the E-liter out of play like matters. Because if we push the E-liter for the remaining of your Zipcaster, it's effectively like you immediately kill them and then they have to like slowly spawn in based off of the positioning and everything. Because the second that you change targets, they immediately can reposition this way, they can reposition this way, they can get a shot on you. Like there's a lot of risk involved. And we're missing the whole point of why we Zipcaster. Especially in that case, like we Zipcastered super, super early. Like if we were focused on taking control of bats, we should have just pushed and not used our Zipcaster, you know? Like if we wanted to focus on this area, then we just push it ourselves. And then we fight with a teammate to hold this area. And then we look to Zipcaster the leader once our Rainmaker's in position to potentially get sniped by them. Which I think is a fine decision as well. I don't know which one's optimal or whatever. It's tough. I think the other thing with Zipcaster is like the importance of building it and the importance of holding on to it. I think there's certain spots where we just immediately rip the Zipcaster and it's not bad. But you have to also understand, which I'm sure you definitely get, but in competitive games, when you're playing against another person, there is a certain degree of pressure that you're able to exert on the enemy without using your tools and your resources. There is inherent value to holding on to a Zipcaster. Sometimes it's more threatening to hold on to resources than just immediately spending them. Because again, as a shooter player, it's like if the ballpoint is holding on to their ball or their inkjet, I can't, like there's certain plays I cannot make unless I want to disrespect the ballpoint and the inkjet altogether. Like I have to respect the fact that they have their inkjet, and if I try to push too far forward or if I try to take a specific type of fight, then I'm immediately potentially getting punished. And it's important to really think about those types of things, which I think it's something that you understand, but I think Zipcaster, especially against like a leader, is like very high priority. Not fully in Splatoon terms, yeah, for sure. It's tough because different specials have different value, but you know, especially in solo queue, I wouldn't immediately try to pop Zipcaster and immediately try to get this pick. Partially because at your current rank, these people aren't going to play fast enough to like get value out of your Zipcaster. That doesn't mean you shouldn't go for it. I'm okay with you trying to play in a way where like, oh, my teammates are going to hold forward, and you assume they're going to hold forward and like be able to take a bunch of space while you go for this play. Which in reality, it's not going to happen. And even as you continue to climb, it's still not going to happen. It'll be a little bit better over time. Like the better, higher quality teammates you have, the higher chance that they push forward with you. But, you know, instead of being like, oh, I know that the Zipcaster, or I know the leader's generally in a certain area, you know, it's like, they're 3 down. I'm sitting here. I don't know where the leader is specifically, but I know generally they're in like this type of area. And like using the Zipcaster in this spot isn't bad because you can probably spot them and everything. But if you hold on to it and like, you know, either take space over here and start fighting for bats, or even if you like sit underneath, or like even if you play it slow, like you're kind of sitting behind here and just like waiting for opportunities. And even if you're just waiting, you can keep an eye and get vision on like the leader and just see if they like overcommit to something, you know. Maybe you can catch them when they're like rotating toward mid, or maybe they end up, you know, rotating up here into bats, and maybe you have an easier time like jumping onto them. That's where you as a Zipcaster player need to like, you probably have a better feel of like, you know, which when you're Zipcasting, having to take a fight over here versus taking a fight with more open and high ground that you can zip from. That's something where you have a better insight on that because I don't use this all that much. But like hold on to it and like don't think about it as like, oh, I can Zipcaster in position anywhere, so like, you know, I can get wherever and do whatever, so it doesn't really matter. Try to be very like deliberate of like, you know, oh, if I sit in this position, I don't know. Like if I sit here, I can like zip up here, and then I can zip back here, and then I can like, I don't know what these paths are. I'm sure you're familiar with like the different types of routes to hit all of these areas where a charger might potentially sit. But set it up so it's in your favor. Don't rush yourself. Put yourself in a spot that you're comfortable with. And I feel like with a lot of these Zipcasters, you feel very uncomfortable because you're like Zipcastering here, and then you're like Zipcastering here, and then you're like going back and forth, and you don't really have like, you put a lot of pressure on yourself, and that's going to lead to like not as strong and not as high quality of special usage in Zipcaster. So I say it with Crab all the time, take your time, take high ground, make sure that this Crab, you know, have an opponent that you're looking at, throw the burst bomb at the person, do chip, restrict their movement, paint under their feet with that burst bomb, then combo into your Crab. That way that person is damaged, that way that person can't move, and you can combo with just a single Explo shot, for example. And that doesn't exactly one-to-one translate with Zipcaster, but it does translate with, you know, any weapon, any fight that you take, any special that you use, any push that you have. All of those variables matter. And especially when you have a lead, that's like one of the important things. When you have a lead, that gives you, because like the Zipcaster you use in like overtime when your team has to take a final push, like, yeah, that makes sense. Like it, I can't fault you at all because you're just like, you're under a bunch of pressure. You have to get this push. You don't know how your teammates are going to play it. So like, I can't blame that. But when your team has a lead, and especially when it's like a 3v1 or something, like you don't have to immediately rush your special. Take time, try to make decisions as a Tetra player, or watch from your team to see if they can make decisions or you can make decisions that can influence your Zipcaster to get more value. That's like kind of the bigger thing. Yeah, that's a whole lot of talk about Zipcaster, but I think it's an important point because it is a little bit of a different. It's a lot different than how Tetra's normally played. Because, yeah. And I think as we went through spots, like when you push back this way instead of being aggressive over here, taking a fight on the stack or something, like I'm totally fine with you like holding for your team. Because that's the other thing. This is situational to this match where you have a leader. But if two of your teammates are down, you should not be feeding. You're leaving your leader to just cry to themselves. They either have to jump out and then like reposition or, you know, try to back up and get ran up on. I don't know how I posted the remake review. It's good. It's good. So yeah, that's kind of the big thing. The other thing is just like commit to decisions. Doesn't mean you have to commit to a fight or something. You can commit to chilling. And then like evaluate later. Eval in the VOD review. You know, part of this is like, you know, it is okay to stall as Tetra. There's going to be a lot of situations the more you play the game that you're not going to be able to play the weapon in the same way that you're looking to do. Like you have an idea of how your weapon should be played, and then you have to be very flexible in a lot of spots. You know, ideally you put yourself in the position where you maximize the value of your weapon and get the most value out of, you know, like taking open fights where you can leverage being able to roll around, being able to flex your range against something like a Dapples, for example, or a brush. Like obviously you don't want to throw yourself into bad situations, but sometimes it may call for it. Not the guy that blames my team. So it's okay to blame your team. I think that's one of the misconceptions. I think that sentiment, there's an inherent assumption that like when people blame teammates, they're assuming that they want to like that the agenda behind blaming their teammates is to take blame off of themselves, you know? It's like their ego can't take the fact that they made a mistake and lost the game, so they throw it on their teammates. But that isn't always the case. Your teammates in every match that you play are always going to do things that should be blamed for. Your goal when playing something like solo queue is to try to be as like blameless as possible with the way that you play the game. But like your teammates are going to let you down all the time. They're always going to make mistakes. The biggest thing is like, it's like in order to blame, like in order for me to be okay with blaming my teammates, the golden rule here is don't be toxic toward your teammates, which obviously in a game like Splatoon, you don't have a good way of expressing that. You know, you can be the person that sends a friend request and blocks someone through the game. You can be the person that posts screenshots of their teammates going, you know, 3-12 and throwing the game and, oh, I need people to help me cope with the fact that I lost, and I'm going to take to Twitter to do that. I wouldn't be that person. I think all of that is considered in the realm of like toxic, so don't do that. But if you're going to blame your teammates, part of it, you want to be educated and you want to be smart about it. Like if you're going to blame your teammates for making a mistake, you want to be confident and you want to understand the game enough to be like, you know, I know this person made a mistake because da 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 da, you know. Like as long as you're smart about it, Like there's no reason for your teammates to feed. There's 2 spots where they immediately die, or there's no reason for them to do so, and they very much deserve the blame. And if you can separate blaming your teammates from winning or losing the game, then I think it's okay. And also understanding the fact, which obviously you know, but like blaming teammates doesn't absolve you of the mistakes that you made yourself. You can criticize your teammates in the same way that they should be criticizing you, because everyone's constantly making mistakes. All that's totally healthy, all that's totally fine. Acknowledging that a teammate made a mistake is very it's a very healthy way to approach the game. Because the other side of it is being the type of person that like, oh man, like I could have done something different here. Oh, I could have done something different here. Which like you're not wrong, but if you try to just like, oh man, there's always something I could do to improve and get better. To a certain degree, it's almost like toxic, like positivity in a way, where people are like it's not useful to a certain extent to just be like, you know, oh, I'm always the problem. Oh, you know, because like context matters for all these plays. Your team loses the game partially because you make a bad decision, but you made a bad decision because you were under a lot of stress and a lot of pressure, and you were under a lot of stress and pressure because your teammates threw the game. So, you know, I wouldn't look back at this game and say, and this is why it's important not to look at the game through a binary lens of, oh, we won, we lost. Oh, we won, I'm happy, I don't really care, versus, oh, we lost, I'm sad, someone had to have made a mistake. It's really evaluating those decisions themselves. Your teammates lost you the game, but in a chance for you to potentially salvage the game, you didn't take the 5% gamble, you didn't take the 20% gamble, you took the 0%, I'm going to lose this game, but at least I'm not going to have... And I know that wasn't your intention behind dropping the way you did in mid, but like that effectively is what ends up happening, you know? Is like you end up making a decision where there's literally 0% chance, unless you have some crazy fall off, there's a 0% chance that you ever win with that decision, and that's what you should be taking out. Even if you go for that play, like even if you were to drop there and somehow your brush was there in time and they salvage that game, or the enemy team is slow and they don't pick up the Rainmaker for whatever reason and they try to take a fight with you, you should, even if you win the game and you make that decision, you should still have the, like when you think back through the game, or if you watch it in a VOD, part of you needs to go back and think about the game through that lens as well. This was a terrible decision. I'm glad I didn't lose us a game. I'm glad I get to keep my points, but I should never make this type of play, kind of thing. And if the context's different, that plays a little bit more okay. But in the context of this match, which is the only thing we can really evaluate currently, yeah, that was bad. Yeah, overall, I think it's fine. But I think in certain cases, you have like this assumption about the way that you should play, and you need to be more okay and more comfortable with like flexing that. And like that's one of the cool things about the 2v2 challenge, is that it kind of expresses that. Yo, the 14-6, let's go. Always hard on yourself. Yeah, Suns seems like they're quite hard on themselves quite often. I definitely criticize my teammates, but I know when I fumbled. Yeah, it's a good balance to have. But the thing about like blaming your teammates or something, or like finding a mistake that your teammates made, it's important to weigh, like when it comes to the order of importance in my brain, I'll be like, oh yeah, my teammate's through here, and then I just like don't think about it again. You know, there's no point in wasting like your brain power, your time, your emotional energy being like, oh my god, this person is so bad, because that's how like you tilt and stuff, you know. Oh man, my teammates threw this game, which isn't wrong, but then you use that information and it's like, you know, I'm gonna feel better about myself by trying to flame this person, or, you know, show my friends and try to get sympathy from them, and it's just like, you know, that's not the right way to approach it. Life is short, not worth spending energy. Yeah, true, very true. You know, it's good to acknowledge, but you move on. Take a critical look at your mistakes but it's good to acknowledge and just move on when your teammate makes a mistake. For sure, for sure. Shoot, there's one more thing I wanted to say. Oh, yeah, I was talking about the 2v2 challenge. So, like, I think the 2v2 challenge is a good thing to also talk about, or like to represent this idea of like, your weapon isn't always going to do exactly what you want it to do. Because like in the 2v2, sometimes you have to play like super stally and super campy and super like lame. Or maybe, you know, as an E leader, for example, like, or I don't think Sun played leader, but Sun played charger in certain spots. And there was a couple of situations where Sun would like push someone as a charger and like go for tap shots to like, you know, if I tag someone for 50 with like a 52 shot and I go down and they're able to like move forward and clean it up. Like traditionally, you don't want to like be aggressive and jump onto the objective. You know, don't jump onto the tower as a leader and start just taking fights in the middle of the match. But like contextually in that scenario, it like makes sense. And I think playing this game 2v2 and playing different modes, like when you throw yourself in a lot of different situations, and that's one of the nice things about solo queue is that sometimes you get these really weird comps and you're forced to like think about different ways to play your weapon that you don't normally want to do. This is another concept that if anyone plays card games, it does a really good job of doing that. Because card games contextually, like sometimes you want to be like the aggro deck and you want to be super speedy. But if you're an aggro deck and you're fighting another aggro deck and their aggro deck does more aggro, like they're a faster deck than yours, then you can't play aggro against their aggro because you're going to lose to their aggro. So you need to play a more control style and you have to slow the pace down because you don't win the race against them. You win the race against like 90% of decks, but this is one of those 10% times where this deck outpaces you and is faster than you and you have to slow it down. And like your cards and your different, basically your resources and your tools that incorporate your deck or your composition that you're working with, usually you use those to be very aggressive, but you have to be smarter and think about how do I use these to stall? How do I use these to slow things down? And really play to whatever that win condition is. It happens in Splatoon all the time as well, you know. Sometimes, yeah, using Splash as an example, sometimes you can hold forward and take a bunch of easy fights and you shoot someone short range as a Splash. It's usually pretty easy to get the picks. But in certain cases, you know, I might spam bombs. You know, I'm just a splat or a burst bomb spammer toward the end of the game just to zone people off and to slow down the pace of the match. You know, it translates into literally every game that's competitive. But card games do a really good job of representing it because you have to use your tools in very, very unique ways. And card games are turn-based, so it's like you really have to slow down. Which, man, I wish they made the Splatoon card game like multiplayer, PvP, rank mode, all that fun stuff. I really want to grind the card game. I think that's one of my biggest regrets with Splatoon 3 right now, is that there's just no excuse for me to want to grind the card game. It's such a cool mode, but I don't have the ability to, or I don't have a good excuse to do it. Don't use it as an excuse to beat yourself up when others fumble. Yeah, for sure. In my head, it won't help me get better. But the thing about that, so just to like, you know, be very nitpicky about that statement, I don't blame teammates because in my head, it won't help me get better. The problem is that if you don't acknowledge it, if you are unable, either because of your own ego or because of your lack of knowledge in the game, if you can't evaluate and understand when your teammates truthfully made bad decisions that cause the game to spiral out of control, if you can't do that, it will stunt your growth. It will make you a worse person. Not a worse person, sorry. A worse player. Your growth is going to be stunted as a player if you can't acknowledge these things, because you're going to try to find meaning and try to find areas of improvement that just aren't there. And it's important to understand that. That's why, like, you know, part of it is the reason why when you're looking and reviewing games, don't, like, forget the fact that you won the game or you lost the game. That does not matter. That's like the fun thing in the background. Your end goal is to improve, and it's important for you to evaluate every decision. So again, even if you won the game, there's still things you can work on. Even if you lost the game, there's still good things that you can be like, oh man, yeah, I did that really well. And oh, I made a mistake here. You have to be super granular about these. And if you're trying to evaluate the final play of a match that caused you to lose the game, you know, or just a point in the match that caused your team to lose, you know, to give the enemy team that lead that won them the game, sometimes you're like the decisions around that part of the game, maybe you played it perfectly, maybe, you know, or maybe like there's like a small thing that you're like, oh man, like I should have used my special a little bit earlier, this was bad. And you can quickly identify those things. But if you try to find like deeper meanings of like, oh man, even if I crabbed earlier, I probably am not splatting 4 of them. How do I, like, you know, make this work? And you can't try to overly force in those types of situations because it's just like, it's not worth your mental energy. You're gonna go in circles and you're gonna waste a lot of time if you are not ever willing to blame your teammates for making mistakes. But again, as long as you're not blaming your teammates to absolve you of your own mistakes, you know, then that's where things get unhealthy. But otherwise you're chilling. So thank you for the hydrate. That's all I got in the system. Here's some good matches to go over. I appreciate everyone with the reviews. Thank you so much. Again, if you would like to submit a review, use the Discord link over here. Side. Very epic reviews. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And sorry I've been a little bit later to get to everything. Sometimes IRL takes over. I really want to try to be as consistent as possible, but sometimes, you know, priorities take over. Another important lesson when gaming. But sometimes there are higher priorities. But yeah, my YouTube channel is where I'm doing condensed videos. I'm working on some other videos that I keep trying to expand into bigger and bigger videos, and I just need to, at a very base level, I have concepts that I want to talk through. I just need to talk through them and push the videos out. I will get there. All of these VODs will end up on the VODs channel. That is the other link. So if you are interested in, you know, referring back to your review or referring back to a review other times, or just for whatever reason want to reference the older VODs, feel free to do it here or on the VOD channel link here. But yeah, good night, good morning to everyone. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here, but yeah, I appreciate you all. Again, it's always nice to be able to like talk to you all and kind of go through stuff. I really enjoy reviews. And no sleep. Oh no. Yeah, you probably should go to sleep. Yeah, anyways, should be back at it tomorrow, and you know, I can't promise a full consistent schedule, just because work stuff is picking up a little bit, but you know, at the very least I'm gonna commit myself to at least 3 streams a week, but hopefully it'll be a little bit more, I think. But regardless, you know, we'll kind of go through it together. And yeah, but anyways, appreciate you all. I'll be back soon, and check the font when I can process it. Sure. Yeah, definitely get some sleep. But take care, everyone, and I will talk to you all soon.